All right, let's try this again. Hopefully this works this time. I think I got it figured out. I can hear it on my side at least. I still could not just hear that opening audio, but I think I've got it figured out. Sorry about that. Yeah, thanks everybody for coming back in on a new link. Jay, Devil Doll, Groot, P Fox. Yeah, wouldn't be the beginning of a morning publicly buzz stream without a little bit of technical issues, but yeah, I think we have it under control. As you guys come in, please hit that like. We're going to jump right in here. Again, we have Dr. Fred Berlin, a psychiatrist, a sex expert. Last week, if everyone joined us, you know that it was a doozy. This is part 4 of his testimony. It's about an hour. Then we have another video with Fred Berlin, and then we're going to go into Dr. Judith Becker, and she has a few parts as well, and we probably won't finish her today. So yeah, we're going to continue down this Jeffrey Dahmer road. Again, thanks everyone for coming in here. Kelsey, what's going on? Good morning. Again, welcome to Murder Church, guys. I can hear that. That is a good sign. I can hear the bells. Hopefully you're sitting in your pews and ready to rock and roll as we get ready to go, guys. Moment of truth. Let me set this up here. I had this all ready to go and deleted it all out of here. If you're new here, technical issues do happen. It's part of the game, unfortunately.
Hearing, Circuit Court Branch 33 in the form of Washington County is now in session. The Honorable Lawrence C. Graham Jr. presiding. Silence is commanded. You may be seated.
Yeah, we're going, baby. Hey, thank you all seriously for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, as you come through, please hit the like. It really helps us out here on the stream. Helps us out in the algorithm. If you're coming through randomly, sub up. If you are not subbed up, do so. And if you do, hit the 3 little dots on the side and make sure all notifications are turned on. That way you get all community posts, you get these live streams when we go, and videos when they drop. I'm always dropping videos as well. And please share this out to your community. Share this out on Twitter. Share this out on Facebook. Let people know what you're watching. Again, appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Mr. McCann, you may continue.
Mr. to please the court, yesterday I made reference to a statement by the Secretary of Sandy and produced a portion on the overhead. There was a question about where that came from. I've provided a copy to Mr. Boyle, and I have marked it States Exhibit 29. I'm submitting it to the court. That's correct.
Doctor, did you, by any chance, go over your notes with respect to whether or not there was any discussion about whether he preferred sex with them alive as opposed to dead?
I do not believe, sir, that I asked him whether he preferred it alive or dead.
Doctor, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Will you pull the mic up and just shake? I think up. That's great.
Yes, my answer was I did not ask him whether he preferred to have sex with people alive versus dead.
With respect to Tony Hughes, that's victim number 12, the indication both with communication with the police and communication with counsel is that he did not have sex with Tony Hughes after death. Did he tell you anything to the contrary?
No, he did not tell me anything to the contrary.
With respect to David Thomas, that is another victim, he stated to the police that he did not have sex with this gentleman. Let me briefly quote what he said. He states he approached him with the same line. This was in the street corner on section 5, page 29. He states he approached him with the same line, and when they got to his apartment, they drank and talked, but didn't have any sex because he wasn't his type. He states that he killed him because he had already given this individual the potion, and after doing that, he did not want sex with him, and he thought this individual would wake up and be pissed off at him, so he killed him. Later on, apparently he made a statement.
Anyone's worried that I'll be pissed off at them before, because they're waking me up, just calm the hell down before you slit my throat.
To counsel indicating that he did have sex. He didn't make that to the police, but from the report submitted through counsel, he indicates he did have sex with him. Did you discuss David Thomas in particular with the defendant, and what, if any, sexual contact he had with David Thomas?
I don't believe I asked him that specifically. I had asked him in kind of review about numbers of people he hadn't had sex with, and my recollection was that the last thing he told me on that was it was only one that he hadn't had sex with after death, but I did not go in it name by name.
Would you turn to page 211?
Again,
State's Exhibit number 27.
211.
That hasn't been received. Why don't we have it received? We move. I think I marked it. I moved that it be received in the evidence round.
The exhibit number is what?
27. It's the DSM 3R manual.
Any objection, Mr. McCann?
None, Your Honor.
It's received.
Page 211 at the bottom portion is psychotic disorder not otherwise specified. That's 298.90 in terms of enumeration of that system. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You've discussed in your differential diagnosis, you considered certain other possibilities, and you did mention psychoses as one of them.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider this psychotic disorder not otherwise specified?
Yes, sir. In fact, I'm aware that one of the other doctors that Mr. Boyle asked to come in, Dr. Wallstrom, made that diagnosis. But as I said earlier, I call it as I see it. I considered it, and I was not able to come to that same conclusion.
In our discussion yesterday, you referred on at least one occasion to what you observed in the defendant as a cancer of the mind. That was a statement, what we call an analogy. You're not talking about physically discovering any type of cancer in his mind, am I right?
Well, first of all, cancer would be in the brain and not in the mind. I think I explained that one of my patients had used that term and talked about how he wished that somebody could cut that cancer out of his mind. But you're absolutely right. I'm not talking about the brain physically. I'm talking about the mind as subjective experience.
But there were certain physical tests conducted of the defendant at the request of court doctors. You were provided that information, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And that did not give evidence of any particular physical brain injury. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. He had a CAT scan. He had chromosomal testing, had various hormones and so on. There was not evidence on those tests of biological pathology.
Did you rely in any way on the military information that was supplied to you? First, was such information supplied to you of his military experience?
Yes, sir.
Did you rely in any way on that?
I don't think that that was particularly relevant to the conclusions I came to here. I certainly did read it and considered what I was reading and whether or not it was applicable.
The defendant, in one of his in his statement to one of our psychiatrists, indicated that the Cruz information, the information that had been provided by a man named Cruz in the military, was not true. That was at least a page or a page and a half report, single space, as I recollect. Did you and he discuss that material in particular?
Is this the man that said he'd come back bleeding on a particular
Yes.
night and so
Yes.
on? No, I was aware of that. I was obviously concerned whether there might have been other killings beyond what had been reported, but additional killings would not likely have changed my mind, and so I knew it was there, but it didn't seem relevant to the conclusion I was making.
All right, this would have been something that the crew's information, just for the benefit of the jury, relates to a particular day or evening that Mr. Dahmer spent with a gentleman or a military man by the name of Cruz, whether some others were present. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you ask him directly, did that happen, or discuss that with him?
Well, I did want to know if it happened. I guess I should clarify slightly. It is my belief, and I had said this yesterday, that there was a period of time where he was trying very hard not to commit murder, and that included the period of time in the Army in Florida when he'd come back home for a while to Ohio and then Milwaukee and so on. So had he committed a murder while in the Army, that would have not supported the way in which I was seeing it. He denied it, and again, although it looked a bit peculiar, I know of absolutely no evidence that he had. I do know he's a guy when he gets drunk and can get into fights and arguments. So I was concerned about it, but couldn't find evidence that indeed he had murdered.
I'm just curious, though, Doctor. He did deny to Dr. Dietz. He said it's just not true. What Cruz is saying is not true. Did he make the same statement to you, if you recollect?
Well, I don't know if he used those words, but he told me he hadn't murdered anybody while he was in the Army.
In terms of the background of this defendant, many times persons that are involved in a series of homicides, violent homicides, have individuals who themselves have been subjected to abuse as a youngster. Is that correct? Physical abuse?
Physical, emotional, sexual, that's
Sexual
correct.
abuse?
Yes, sir.
Did you find any evidence of physical abuse in Mr. Dahmer's background?
No, there was no physical abuse that I could find. It was a tumultuous home situation. Parents were having some difficulties. It ended in divorce. But, that happens in lots of families, unfortunately, and it doesn't, lead to necrophilia. So I looked at that, and although there were some things there, I wouldn't say that this was a terribly abused child by any means.
In terms of the actual physical surroundings, at least during his later youth and into high school, it appeared that he lived on a home on a 1.5 to 1 1/4 acre lot with woods and a pond. Is that correct? So, at least in terms of physical surroundings, they appeared to be pleasant. Would that be accurate?
Oh, yes. In fact, pictures had been taken. There were all sorts of sketches and so on. Because of the investigation in Ohio, it seemed to be a pleasant place. And I'm agreeing with you that I don't see anything unpleasant about his physical surroundings or anything.
Mod Jamie just got gifted a membership by Jay. Holy shit. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate that. Get this going right here. Jamie, first of all, open up the beer, bud. Open up the beers, man. And give them some beers in chat as well, guys. And
Welcome to the party,
welcome to the party, pal. Appreciate that. Hell yeah. And you also get one of these right
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
I'm a bad man. Hell yeah. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. And yeah, Jamie's always in here. Ninja, rocking the modding in chat, keeping everybody under control. Manny Joe coming through here. What's going on? Yeah, Gypsy, my dog, is doing better, Devil Doll. And Viv, if you're still in here. And yeah, Kaylin coming through here. There's the beer. See them pouring through early in the morning. I'll throw in a coffee with it as well. And here's a mimosa. Still haven't got that damn Bloody Mary. It's coming. The Bloody Mary is coming, Kaylin. Yeah, all new members always get a bunch of beers. And yeah, welcome to the party.
Terribly overwhelming that I would say reached a level of abuse.
And there was no evidence of sexual abuse by any adult against him as a youth. Is that correct?
Yeah, his father at one time had told a probation officer that at around age 8 he'd been abused, but that was subsequently denied. There was an incident at age 14 with a boy across the street who was, they were both about the same age, of some homosexual fondling, which Mr. Dahmer himself thinks was consensual and doesn't describe as traumatic. So I don't find evidence that he was sexually abused as a child.
In terms of the activity that he described, going down to
a beer pyramid,
bathhouses,
you say, Shannon? Like in chat, like it would actually be, it would come out into, that would be dope as hell. I don't know if that can be get all the ducks in a row for that. Be sweet as hell.
And casually meeting people and so on. Although that may be high risk
Thanks for being here,
activity
too.
in terms of HIV.
Good morning. night shift sister. Glad you're being here. You're here as well.
IV. You as a psychiatrist do not
It's
see
early,
that
guys.
as sick
I was up real
activity,
late
do you?
also, like an idiot.
Well, yes and no. I mean, going to the bathhouses I don't see as sick, had it just stayed as consenting homosexual activity. When it gets into doping people to try to have sex with them while they're asleep, then I think we're getting into something that starts to become sick.
In terms, did you have any discussion with the defendant as to what was in his mind as or right immediately before he undertook to kill these individuals?
Yeah, I mean, I was particularly interested, for example, in whether or not he wanted to see these people suffer. So I did go into some detail on that, because part of the differential diagnosis was sadism. Was he increasingly more aroused as a result of the killing itself? He really just describes this as a continuation of them being in this sleep-like state and wanting then to continue the relationship and really taking precautions that they shouldn't suffer. I know that can sound bizarre with the terrible things he did, but in terms of what he's reporting about his state of mind, that's what he's telling
So
me.
he did not undertake to torture. Would it be safe to say that it was, as these people expected, that they would become conscious, that they would then wish to leave, that by executing them as he did, by killing them as he did, they would continue to be available to him, and he could continue to take pleasure from that, from their availability and what sexual activities he might or might not undertake?
Yes,
on
he
them?
was very much drawn towards the idea of sustaining both a sexual and kind of an intimate relationship even after they were no longer alive.
Yeah, I'd say so, Mandy. Last week, these two got heated, and that's why I added the ringing of the bell. Anytime anybody starts to get, a little argumentative, ready to go, putting on the gloves, if you will, ready to throw the fuck down, bell's coming in. Bell's coming in. Fight!
In terms of the alcohol, can you tell us what alcohol dependence is?
Well, again, there are various definitions, so I can tell you mine. I would certainly say that somebody that needs alcohol, just the words themselves, to function, gets up, and has a sense of wanting to have it frequently, has difficulty refraining from it. Those would be some aspects of what I would see as alcohol dependency.
And would you agree that that may affect the capacity of an individual to refrain from certain activities, whether he takes in alcohol?
Sure, absolutely. One problem with being intoxicated is it impairs a person's judgment and impairs their ability to inhibit impulses. I think that certainly aggravated the problem in him, though, as I said earlier, it certainly isn't in and of itself by any means the entire explanation.
Have you found alcohol dependence to be an important factor in an evaluation of sexual deviancy?
Yes, and in fact, as you recall, I diagnosed him in terms of a secondary diagnosis as having alcoholism.
You did that when? You didn't do that in your initial report, am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. My initial report, as I understood it, was simply to make the point that he had a major mental disorder and that out of that particular disorder, he could be seen as not criminally responsible. Mr. Boyle had said that's all that's needed. It qualifies you to come to court and explain. So I put it in there. But certainly when I testified yesterday, I made it very clear that I was persuaded that alcoholism was indeed another diagnosis.
But you did not mention that in your initial submission to the court.
No, and in retrospect, I probably should have, but I didn't see that as the major issue. I still don't, but I think it's an aggravating problem.
With respect to Ernest Miller, did he tell you how he slayed Ernest Miller?
Okay, and again, I apologize. I haven't memorized the names of each person. If you can give me a little bit of information, I'd be glad.
Did he tell you that there's some individuals he said he strangled, some he said he strangled with a particular piece of equipment? Do you remember what that was?
Yeah, he either strangled people, he used a belt sometimes. There were times where he put a bag over the head and again, I apologize, and strangled him that way. There was one fellow who started to wake up and he didn't have enough sleeping pills and he cut his throat.
That was Ernest Miller.
I assumed that that's what you were trying to get at.
Did you perceive the slaying of Mr. Hicks in the summer of 1978 as necrophilic behavior?
Yes, I saw that as an expression of his necrophilia. He had talked about having fantasies before that time, about having thoughts of sex with corpses. There'd been the dead animals and him being aroused by the kills that he'd found on the roadside. So I did feel that that was an expression of his necrophilia.
Did he tell you that he had been aroused at some point by the road kills, as he was working on the road kills?
He didn't use the word sexual arousal at that point. He talked about being very excited, curious. Certainly there was some sort of strong feelings that he was describing. He did not at that point talk about being sexually aroused, however.
Right. So he did not connect sexual arousement with the cutting of the dogs, is that correct?
No,
In
he
his
did
statement to you?
not. But in looking at the big picture, the idea that he committed one murder for some reason having nothing to do with necrophilia and all the rest did, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense. But you're absolutely right that he doesn't describe it precisely that way when he talks about it.
After the slaying of Mr. Hicks, several months later, he went to the Ohio State University, is that correct?
Yes, he ultimately dropped out. He had serious drinking problems. He'd taken some money to foster his alcoholism. That was one of the aspects that made it clear that why a diagnosis of alcoholism was also quite appropriate.
In terms of any sexual assaults, did he tell you under what circumstances he resided at the Ohio State University?
So recall he was in a dormitory. In fact, people began to get fed up with him and wanted him out of the room that he was in. But I don't recall anything further.
Certainly at Ohio State University, that's a large Midwestern land-grant university. One can safely estimate that there's in excess of 25,000 students probably in Columbus. Am I correct
Yeah,
on that?
I'm familiar with it. It's a very, very large institution.
And that would have provided presumably thousands or certainly many hundreds of men physically attractive with the appropriate habitus and so on, attractive to Mr. Dahmer. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, if he was just looking to get involved in homosexual relations, I think he probably could have found some folks.
The evidence is clear, at least there's no reason to believe that in fact, he did not slay anyone apparently at that campus in those months. Is that correct?
Well, there have been careful investigations. As you know, people called from around the country thinking that maybe Dahmer had done this one or that. The police work has been extensive here and very, very impressive, and I have seen no evidence whatsoever that he committed a killing during that.
So whatever necrophilic motivation played a role.
I think he would have
with
probably
respect
admitted it. He'd been like, "Nah, that was me too in Ohio." As open as he was once he got arrested.
to the slaying of Mr. Hicks. He apparently controlled that while he was at the Ohio State University, exposed to many individuals that would have been attractive to him.
Yes, and as you recall, I felt that he had, I used that word, I guess, fight the good fight. He indicated he had throughout that period, and even in the Army and subsequently in Florida and so on, the urges, but that he was able, through fighting it, until the ambassador incident, he wakes up and finds the fellow dead, and then after that, things kind of were quite
He then went into the military and was in the military for in excess of some 2.5 years. Is that correct?
Yes, I think he was out a little bit earlier because of his alcoholism, but approximately 2.5 years.
And during that time, certainly he would have been exposed to hundreds of men that would have been attracted to him, physically attractive. Young men about his age, certainly many of them would have qualified as being attractive to him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And he lived in a barracks, and yet we know that there's no report and no reason to believe that he killed any of those men. Is that correct?
That's right. He had some arguments, got himself into trouble over sort of verbally arguing with officers and so on, but there's no evidence whatsoever that he killed anybody at that time.
And then he returned, and you said he then came home and went to West Allis, Wisconsin. Is that correct?
Well, no, that is not correct. He initially went to Florida. Again, his alcoholism got to it. In fact, he called his folks, and they had to pay for the plane ride, and he came home drunk on the plane. So he spent a period in Florida. He was living on benches for a while. He stayed briefly with a woman down there, but again, no sexual contact, and then came back to Ohio subsequently. I could be wrong, but I think it was about 6 months in Florida, but I could look it up if it's
In your
important.
direct examination, you had not touched on that Florida thing. I wish to touch on that. During that time, have you been in that area, the Collins Avenue area in Miami?
I've been in Miami, but I don't know it well enough to know if I've been in
And
that
is it
area.
basically a beach area? Are you aware of that?
Well, he described it that way because he talked of living on the beach, so I'm sure it must be, but I don't have any personal awareness of that area.
And living on the beach, he's certainly in Florida. he certainly would have been exposed to young men, attractive young men to him, with their shirts off and shorts and bathing suits and so on during that period of time, and yet there is no evidence that he undertook to slay anyone at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct.
He must have maintained control during that time, did he not?
To the best of my knowledge, that's
He
correct.
was able to conform himself to the law from the time of the slaying of Mr. Hicks forward into West Dallas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And then the incident took place during that period in West Dallas is when he talks about coming under the influence of his grandmother, making an attempt to commit himself religiously, and cutting back even in terms of masturbation substantially, and walking, as he described, the straight and narrow path. Would that be
Yes,
my basic-
again, as we discussed during the period with the grandmother, there were some expressions of the necrophilia. We talked about the incident of taking the mannequin to Grandma's home, the incident of attempting to dig up the grave.
The
But in
mannequin.
terms of killings, you're absolutely right. in what
Anyone
you
that's seen
said.
the Netflix special, they probably sensationalized a little bit with the way he, well, I think he did stay the night over in that store to get the mannequin, but yeah, anybody that's seen the Netflix show knows exactly what he's talking about there, and then taking it back to his grandma's house, and the grandma finding it and being like, what the fuck is going on here, Jeff?
And in September of 1986, he was involved in an exposure incident in a park in the city of Milwaukee. Is that correct?
Yes, a couple of boys, young boys, I think around 13, came.
Nothing, Mom. Gosh.
They saw him, they sort of commented to him, they talked back and forth to each other. So he had been exposing and masturbating there, and has admitted there had been perhaps 4 other times when he had exposed in a similar fashion.
And then from the period of the time, from then forward into the latter part of November of 1987, he was either at the bathhouses, that terminated at some point in 1986 apparently, and then operating in the hotels, getting whatever sexual satisfaction he sought in those activities without slaying anyone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the slaying of Mr. Tuomi, it's difficult to determine actually what happened there, isn't it?
Well, some things are difficult, but I think it's clear it couldn't have been pre-planned because he had no escape plan. He had to kind of leave the body there, go out and get something to put it in and so on. So that does give credence to the idea that his intention had not been to kill him when he entered the hotel room, but subsequently, ultimately he did.
In terms of after the arrest, in terms of the indecent exposure, he was adjudicated, found guilty, and required as a condition of probation to secure counseling. Is that correct?
Yes, he saw Dr. Rosen, I believe, during that time.
And during that time, she saw him at least several times prior to the November 1987 hotel incident, where she made a conscientious effort, it appears, from looking at the records, to influence Mr. Dahmer. Is that correct? To reach out, to give him some type of help.
She did. As you know, Mr. Dahmer's father wrote the judge and had some concerns about that treatment. Mr. Dahmer was not cooperative, would sometimes sit quietly, not even speak to her, and on occasion turned his back. So I don't think he was involved in therapy. In fact, I wouldn't have allowed that if I was his therapist. But be that as it may, he was, in theory, in therapy at that period of time. I guess that's the way I'd put it.
Certainly, at your clinic, you require persons to accept responsibility. You would not tolerate at your clinic. I mean, you feel when they start with your clinic, you say, look, we'll try to help you, but you've got responsibility to abide by the law yourself.
Well, I expect denial and rationalization of someone like him who clearly had been involved with a child, had an alcohol problem, and wasn't wanting to talk to me and was in denial, kept that up. I'd tell him, look, I'm not putting up with this. We're going to get you in the residential treatment center. We're going to force you to look at what's going on here. I wouldn't have sat back and let him sit in a chair for an hour and not responded to that.
Subsequently there, too, several individuals were slain. Is that correct? After the November
Mr.
incident,
Toomey.
he slew Doc Stater in January and Mr. Guerrero in March. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. After the incident with Mr. Toomey and the ambassador, he continued to slay, and as things went along, ultimately got to the point where it was coming more and more frequently and so on.
In terms of, in April of 1988, he invited Mr. Flowers to his residence at the grandmother's house. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
He's given conflicting statements on what his intentions were, at least from my examination of the record. Is that your opinion as well?
It is, and my opinion is that had it not been for grandmother and had he not fallen asleep before he killed Mr. Flowers, that had he been able to do it, I believe he would have, but I think the circumstances there prevented that from happening.
In his final final statement to you, because we know there were conflicting statements, did he tell you that he intended to kill Mr. Flowers when he discussed it with you, or did he deny that he intended to kill Mr. Flowers?
I don't remember if I used Mr. Flowers as example, but I made the statement to him that my sense was that the people that he didn't kill, he really didn't kill because something had come along to prevent it, and he agreed with me that that was basically the situation.
Yeah, right here, P. Fox. I can't help but think about how bad the smell. I mean, I couldn't. And anybody that watched the Netflix show at least gives you an idea, you know, of the layout, the way the set design was absolutely mind blowing. If you look at the pictures of the actual Jeffrey Dahmer apartment compared to what they did on the Netflix show, it's fucking crazy. Like it is art. No matter how you look at it. But yeah, the smell. As soon as anybody would have walked in that place, would have knocked you right in the face. I would have feel like. I mean, I don't know if him just said, "Oh, it's a dirty fish tank," or whatever excuse he was giving at the time would have sufficed, because it was rotting, melting corpses in a fucking barrel in his room, like amongst many other body parts throughout the entire apartment. I mean, Jesus Christ, there's no way that place did not just smell absolutely putrid. Like, I cannot even imagine. And then still people would come in there and get as far to have a drink in their hand, to be drugged for a possible sexual encounter, or the pictures of whatever he lured them with. Wow. Like, how hard up are you for this loot that you would go into that place and not instantly be, all right, bro, nah, we good.
So that, I'm sorry, you were telling him what your impression is, or were you asking him what
we were talking back and forth, and so at times I'd ask questions. This was late on.
That's true, too, yeah, right back there. How bad he had to smell also. That's true. Even before you get to the apartment, you know, you're walking over and you're like, what's the...
I was making some observations, and I made the observation, you know, there's this pattern.
Not to mention, sorry to keep pausing, but Kim, the odor, how do people live in the building? The building, which we know the neighbor did smell stuff, so...
You've got all these people there, and then there's the incident with Flowers, and I had read it carefully, and I said, is it the case that you wouldn't, it was a leading question if that's what you want to know. I did say, it's my impression that he probably would have been killed too had it not been for the fact he'd fallen asleep, grandmother was there, and so on. That's how I recall phrasing it, and he did not argue with me on that interpretation. But I did lead him in terms of how
it would have been better on reflection to have asked him just what your intention was with Mr. Flowers, rather than to lead him as you did. Am I correct?
Probably,
that
but
makes
I
sense.
was by that.
Megzy. Apparently his apartment smells that terrible only the last months because he got lazy and stopped disposing the bodies. And obviously he did get lazy, because even at the end, even though the cops did absolutely a horrible job, he should have been caught even earlier. But once he was finally caught, he was just like, hey, yeah, this is exactly what I did. He was tired, I think. He was truly tired and done. His case is completely different than a lot of the other ones. Again, this is an insanity trial. He gave everything up out the gate. He wasn't trying to hide anything. Again, past episodes, you're going to see a 60-hour confessional talked about by the detectives that actually conducted it. So, I mean, yeah, he was just like, oh, yep, here we go. Here it is. Laying it out.
Point quite persuaded about the diagnosis, about the issues, and regardless of what he'd answered at that point, it wasn't going to change my mind on the major issues before us today. But I think I concede if I had to do it again, I'd probably be less leading.
Right. At any rate, whatever scenario you believe, the grandmother, and Mr. Flowers will testify. I know you've not had the benefit of his testimony, but Mr. Flowers will testify that even as he came in, although he didn't see the grandmother called out and said, is that you, to Jeffrey?
Yes, I mean, I've read what I haven't talked to him directly, but I've read what he has said to the authorities, and so I'm quite aware of that.
At any rate, when Mr. Dahmer discovered, or there was reason to believe the grandmother knew about it, he determined, at least he clearly did not kill Mr. Flowers. Is that correct?
He did not, under those circumstances where grandmother had seen and so on, kill him.
He was sentenced on the May 23, 1989, in terms of the second-degree sexual assault that he performed on that juvenile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And again, legally, that's what was defined as having happened. But clearly, he was again attempting to dope this youngster and so on. Thank God, in that case, the young man was able to leave.
All right. Let me address that. The Flowers incident occurred in April of 1988. And the incident with the young man, we have a difficulty here because I cannot lawfully give his name. And we've referred to him to the jury as CS, an incident involving CS in our...
Okay.
He was 13 at the time. He will be testifying, but his name, again, will not be provided to the public.
Glad you
or his face. So
told me that.
I'd ask you, you know who it is of whom I'm speaking?
Yes, sir, but I will be careful to...
All right. Let's refer to him as CS. He was a 13-year-old boy walking on the street in the vicinity of an apartment that Mr. Dahmer had secured near 24th and Wells. He was approached on the street by Mr. Dahmer. Mr. Dahmer asked him back to come back to the apartment. He said he would photograph him. The boy reported going back, and at that time we have the serving of the mixture of a cup of that apparently had some of the particular drug that was used for drugging. He induced the young man to partially disrobe. The young man said that Dahmer intervened and disrobed him further and touched his penis. Is that a brief summary of the, at least the undisputed or undenied activity?
Yes, sir, that is.
At some time later, in different reports, Mr. Dahmer would never advert to the touching, but do you believe that's what happened?
Yes, I'm aware that Mr. Dahmer has at times denied it, and I believe that the version that you've described is like almost certainly the accurate version.
The young man stated, and apparently this is what transpired, that he became alarmed and he had drank some of the coffee, got up, started to leave. Mr. Dahmer gave him $50, and he left the dwelling, went to his home. Parents saw that he was groggy, transported him to a hospital, and it came to the attention of the police. Is that a basically fair summary?
Yes, that's correct.
My question is this. Mr. Dahmer has said, as I'm sure you are aware, to the police and to others, that it was not his intent to kill this young man, indeed saying that it was his intent to go to work, that he was just going to take the pictures and do whatever else, but that he didn't intend to kill this young man and wouldn't have killed this young man. That's basically what he has said, at least to some sources. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you believe that?
No, sir, no more than I believe that he would not have killed a number of these other people if only they would have stayed. I don't think his motive was to keep them there alive. I don't believe that.
And he told, what did he tell you about that? Did he say he intended to kill CS or that he did not intend to kill CS?
And whether he's just lying to himself or misrepresenting to me, he states that the intention wasn't to kill him, but as I said, I agree with you. I believe his intention would have been...
I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
agree with the version that you presented. I didn't mean to suggest you necessarily agreed with it.
Well, do you know, did he tell anyone that he intended to kill? You know, you've seen Dr. Becker's notes, I take it. Did he told Dr. Becker, another psychologist for the defense, that he did not, in my recollection,
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, and I've reviewed a lot of material, so I hope I haven't missed anything, but to the best of my knowledge, he didn't tell anybody that he intended to kill
Would you look at your
person.
notes where it shows his response to your questions about that? Would you check your notes?
Okay.
You know who I'm speaking of?
Yes, I absolutely do. And
right.
Yeah.
It occurred on September 27, 1988.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
if
September 26th.
If it's all right with you, I've made some summary notes. It would just be quicker to find. Is that, rather than my original, is that?
You mean
okay?
Subsequent?
Yeah, I mean, as I went back through things and looked at all this data, I jotted down some other things.
I'd
So
rather
it's
go
just-
to your original
Let me
notes, if you don't mind. I don't know if you went chronologically, but it would have been September 26, 1988, if you progressed chronologically with him.
I went chronologically when I summarized, but I didn't necessarily not jump around at times when I went through it. Well, I don't see that I made a specific note as to what he said on that, so I would
So
have
you're
to-
going by recollection?
Yeah, it may be in here, and if I had a lot of time, I don't want to take all that. I don't find a note in here and looking through, so I'm going to...
Doctor, are you sure you asked him about it?
Pardon me?
Are you sure you asked him about it? About the synthesis phone incident? I'm sorry.
We talked about the incident, the difficulty. I'm sure I asked him about the incident. I know you're not trying to be smart with me. I've reviewed so much material now for so many hours that it's difficult at times to remember the exact details of what he might have given and what was in here. And as I said, my interest was getting...
One of the first times I've seen him actually pull out tons of notes and look at them. This guy's actually almost every time just like looking up, and when he's like looking up, this dude's just going into his brain and scanning it for information. This dude is awesome. I've really enjoyed Dr. Berlin in the last week here.
The big picture.
Murder church, baby.
I'm absolutely sure I asked him about the incident. Whether I asked the question specifically, as you're directing here, it's difficult at this point to know that for sure.
At any event, he had the young man there. The jury, this was in 1988, and the jury will see that young man testify. In terms, if I were told to tell you that he was a somewhat slight individual, will you accept that? You never saw this young man.
I'm very aware of his appearance and so on. That was relevant in many ways, and I'm quite aware of that.
And Mr. Dahmer had him there in the apartment. This is in September of '88. He had already given him, apparently, he was to later say it was an accident, the drug, but you believe he had drugged him, do you not?
Oh, absolutely, I believe he had
There's no
drugged him.
question, because the young man was drugged, had to be taken to the hospital.
Right, he said there was residue on the cup because he'd been taking some pills for sleep, and maybe because the guy drank from the same cup. That's
not true. We know, and he later said, but in any event, he has always said he did not intend to kill this young man, and when this young man got up to leave, the young man is just beginning to feel this. The door is closed. It's an apartment. No one is present in the apartment. Mr. Dahmer is presumably as tall and as physically well-built as he is today, and there's a very slight young man, somewhat slight young man. And Mr. Dahmer does not physically set upon him, but permits him to leave the apartment. Is that an accurate summary?
Yeah, he doesn't physically set upon him, and the youngster is able to leave. That is correct.
Going to have to use another initials. He's sentenced in May of 1989 to the House of Correction. Is that correct?
Yes, the initial, right. There was an interval, and the actual sentencing was in May. That's correct.
That was in the House of Correction, for you, just for your knowledge, I know you wouldn't know, is a dormitory-style building a block or so from here. It's a converted hospital.
Yeah, no, that's. I was just trying to get the dates clear because, as I mentioned yesterday, there was a killing between the time he was charged and when he was sentenced. And I was trying to be sure of the sentencing date, and yes, that was the sentencing.
Over the next 14-month period, now 9 or 10 of those months, he was a prisoner at the House of Correction.
Well, he was, yes, a prisoner, but on work release, so it wasn't that he didn't have access.
During the day or during his shift, which was third shift from presumably 11 to 7 or midnight to 8. In that interval, he was out of the House of Correction for some period of time before that, as it's not a great distance to the work site, presumably left 15 or so minutes before, walked to the work site, worked, and presumably would be back 15 or 20 minutes after the work shift.
That's correct, and also had some passes for holidays and so on.
All right, and was where he didn't have to respond back.
Right.
During that time, although he was released during the day and had these occasional passes, during that period, roughly from May of 1989 to May of 90, roughly a year, he did not kill anyone. Is that correct?
That's right. As I mentioned, he had kind of gruesome, a head in the locker where he worked while he was on that work release, but to the best of my knowledge, he didn't actually kill anybody during that time.
That was a skull, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm sorry, absolutely.
That's my recollection.
No, right.
During that time, in that interval, he did some visiting at the Unicorn Club in the city of Chicago. Were you aware of that? It's a bathhouse in Chicago?
There was an incident where he himself was assaulted. That may be the one you're talking about. I know he did do that.
Well, but he made a number of visits. I don't know if you have that information or not, but he made a number of visits. I don't remember that.
I remember one time he didn't get back from work release because he'd gone off with someone who'd victimized him and assaulted him. I really don't recall that I was aware of a number of visits to the bathhouses during that time.
In any event, he started the probationary period and undertook to meet with a Donna Chester. Is that correct?
This was his probation officer, I believe you're talking about. Yes, that's correct.
And she urged, you were provided those notes, I assume. She offered him help. She urged him to contact a gay hotline to get some help, where he would meet people he was saying he was unhappy with his situation, that he said to her he was sexually drawn to men.
That's right. She'd referred him, I think, to DePaul for some alcohol treatment, had sent him on various times to see doctors. He talked a lot about depression. She'd encouraged him to get antidepressants and was really trying very hard to get him into a situation where he could receive help that she felt would have been appropriate.
He appears to have rejected that. Although he physically complied to an extent, he appears, would it be fair to summarize to say that he did not seem to be willing to accept that help?
Well, it'd be fair to say that often he seemed more to be going through the motions. There were times when he seemed genuinely distressed. He did himself, I think, at times want antidepressants. He was started on Nardil, some other things, but he really didn't follow through in a consistent fashion.
He was prescribed Nardil, but there's no evidence that I'm aware of that he ever purchased.
Right. He then decided, he said he was hurting, he needed it, and then he kind of decided maybe he didn't need it. I think he didn't even take it subsequently.
In July of 1990, he has now got another apartment. He's been out. It's been a year since a year and several months since the house correction, since the sentencing date. Another minor came to his apartment. Again, I'm not at liberty to give his name. We've referred to him as LP.
This is the man who, again, complained to the authorities that he had been assaulted while there by Mr. Dahmer, hit on the head with the hammer.
That's the individual.
Right. Yes, okay.
Mr. Dahmer relates that he had met this man at the 219 Club. This young man, 15, I think the young man was at the time. Yes, 15. Went to took him to his apartment. Had secured a mallet. He did not have the particular drug available, had secured a mallet that he intended to dispatch this man with the mallet, apparently, or to dispatch him to unconsciousness with the mallet. Took some pictures, got him to lay over on his stomach, and then struck him with the mallet, apparently intending to render him unconscious. However, the young man was not rendered unconscious. Turned around, there was not great detail on a physical struggle, but certainly a confrontation, some discussion, back and forth, sharp words, and eventually Mr. Dahmer permitted that young man to leave. Is that correct? To leave his apartment?
Well, he kept trying to get him to stay. He did let him go. The guy ends up coming back. There's a whole series of events, but the essence of what you're saying is certainly correct.
And the young man came back, and I believe the next day, at least Mr. Dahmer states he came back the next day. Mr. Dahmer had apparently, do you believe that when he struck him with the mallet that Mr. Dahmer's intent was eventually to dispatch this young man?
Yes, I believe his intent was to kill him.
Mr. Dahmer's statement is, however, after they talked, they had further discussion, Mr. Dahmer decided not to kill him. Would that be an accurate summary?
Yes, as I mentioned, I was aware of some of these situations and did not believe that when Mr. Dahmer said he wasn't intending to kill, I didn't believe that, as we discussed a few minutes ago.
Mr. Dahmer apparently, we've touched on a number of the incidences, Flowers, the two juveniles. He also has said that there are other people came to the apartment, the truck driver you talked about, other individuals that are unnamed and unknown, that came to the grandmother's house, that came to the apartment.
I just seen that in chat, P-Fox. I saw you down here saying, I'm just saying. I'm like, what did you say? Well, yep.
We're not.
That'd be pretty offensive. You're like, the fuck?
Plain, is that correct?
Ain't good enough, bro?
Yes, he has said that.
And certainly in terms of when he would meet someone, he never undertook to attack anyone on the street, did he?
Well, as we pointed out, he got drunk and got in some fights, but I don't think he attempted ever to kill anybody on the street.
In other words, although he did say on occasion he would try to pick someone up at the gay club. Sometimes he was successful, sometimes he wasn't. Those nights that he wasn't successful, say that he had ground the pills and intended to have someone come there, when he could not induce anyone to voluntarily come there, there is no evidence that he set upon anyone on a street or in a mall or anywhere else, is there?
Right. I mean, I know we're excluding Mr. Hicks because that was outside of an apartment, but obviously excluding him, and you're aware of that. You're absolutely right.
You know, Mr. Hicks, he took to his home, didn't he? He didn't
Yes, but
attack him on the street. He picked him up.
No,
But he
that's,
didn't.
I'm sorry, excuse me, you're absolutely correct. I was thinking of the incident where he had the sawed-off bat and was intending to go after the jogger. That would have clearly been in public, excuse me.
But I think if you checked your notes, if you made a note
Sorry, I confused which time he was going to murder somebody.
everyone
There's so many.
else says, all the other doctors, I believe, will indicate that he said he intended to render him unconscious, but not to kill the jogger.
Yeah, well, that one I definitely made notes, but, you know, I don't think that's a terribly important point.
But in terms of all these persons that he killed, he first made sure, however he attracted them, that he got them into the apartment first.
Yes,
In other
sir.
words, he maintained such control that even on the nights that he was disappointed and could not induce anyone to come, he didn't thereafter start prowling the streets intending to get someone on a street corner and kill him.
He did not attempt to kill anybody, to the best of my knowledge, on a street corner, to use your words.
In terms of the David Thomas matter, and that's the one where he has said to the police that he did not intend to have sex with him, or did not have sex with him and killed him because he was going to get angry or pissed off. You believe he did intend to have sex with him and
Yes.
did have sex with
Yes,
him?
that-
Is that
yes,
correct?
sir.
All right. And we've already talked about Mr. Flowers and the fact that he did not proceed to kill Mr. Flowers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Dahmer at no time had any command, never told you about any command hallucinations to kill anyone, did he?
No, as I told you, I looked very closely at whether a disease like schizophrenia played a part in this, so that I spent a good deal of time on. No, he did not tell me anything of that sort.
And he was under no delusions that he was somehow conscientiously required to slay anyone.
Again, I looked at that very closely. I was concerned whether he was delusional. My conclusion was that he was not.
And in terms of offers of help, even before Mr. Tuomi, there had been an effort to extend help to him through at least Dr. Rosen. Is that correct?
Yes, again, his father had complained because both sex offender treatment and alcohol treatment had been identified as important when he went into prison. In fact, it was said that he would be dangerous if he didn't get it, and the father wrote to the judge complaining. But nonetheless, the treatment that had been made available to him, he was in denial. He was often not cooperative, as we've discussed earlier.
In terms of do you see these as prepared crimes?
Again, sir, I don't mean to evade your question, but I'm not sure what you mean by prepared.
That these were planned, the offenses were planned?
Yeah, I believe they're, and again, I'm hesitating because I know you don't like some of the analogies I use, but I believe they're planned in the same way that driven behavior often involves the behavior being preceded by thoughts and fantasies and urges to do it. And so in the sense, the ideas of how to do it were running through his mind and so on, certainly in that sense they were planned. They weren't impulsive where he wasn't thinking about it, he just went by somewhere and suddenly he did it.
In other words, he would exercise certainly in deferring those nights that he couldn't find anybody. He may have gotten the pills ground for the cough or the cup, but if he couldn't find anybody, he would control himself and say, go back to his apartment. Nobody's going to kill nobody
I
tonight.
absolutely use the word you use of deferred. I believe there was a drive associated. I won't belabor it. I've explained it and people can accept it or not, but certainly he was capable of deferring in the way that you've just described.
And in fact, there's evidence that he did that through substantial year periods. So,
Yes, there's evidence that he could defer this and did defer this many, many times.
in terms of a plan, a set-up control plan, he lied to doctors to get the drugs, did he not?
Absolutely.
And in terms of he would, at least in not all the cases, but a number of the cases, he prepared the drugs in a cup he indicated before he went out to secure a victim. Is that correct?
Oh, it was absolutely his intention, in my opinion, to drug these people, that this was part of it. It wasn't that idea just struck him at a particular moment.
And he would target people, particularly at the bars, and wait until closing time. I've not been in bars in Baltimore, but I assume in many bars where I have visited different parts of the country, at closing time there seems to be a hubbub out on the street, and people are talking and partying and shouting goodbyes. There's a bit of a hubbub.
Well, he would cruise the bars, but most of the actual persuasion of people to come with him was at the late hours towards the time when the bars were getting close to closing. That's correct.
And then he would...
And this kind of goes right into where we're at right now in this insanity trial. Meggsy, I think the most frustrating thing with Dahmer is that he had many chances to get help, yet he didn't. And at the end, it was too late. Yeah, and this goes back to where, of course, his defense attorney here is arguing that he had no control over this, right? He had no control of these impulses. He clearly had control over what was going on here. And to your point right here, Magsy, yeah, he should have gotten help early on once he realized that he was fucked up, right? With anybody, once you get to whatever age it is that this shit kicks in for anybody, whether that's murder or, the thoughts of necrophilia or getting turned on by dissecting animals, all of the things that are real for Jeffrey Dahmer, any of these things. And I know that it starts at a very early age and maybe you can't process it properly, but if you get to the point to where you could talk to somebody or get help, I mean, my God. But yeah, he clearly had points even after the first incident, the first murder in the late 70s. He didn't kill for a decade later. Okay, he did live his life there for a good moment before he was like, oh man, I'm going to get right back into this here. And then it just completely got out of control. So there was many moments in time where he could have said, like, hold up. At the end, he was sorry, right? At the end, he was spilling the beans. He was like, here's what happened.
Target particular individuals, approach them. Sometimes they'd come, sometimes they didn't. When they would come, he would have the coffee ready. He'd prepare coffee with the particular pills, and they might first have sex voluntarily, some not, and then he would give them the coffee. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, in terms of your targeting, certainly earlier on, it was very much trying to find someone that fit the fantasy, physical physique, and so on. Towards the end, he became far less discriminate and seemed prepared that just about anyone he could persuade would do. So it kind of changed a bit over time, but I'm not going against the essence of what you're saying.
All right. Have you examined the physiques of the particular men? The jury have seen the pictures. They seem to be young men, somewhat attractive young men. Their bodies are not shown, but...
Yeah, well, unfortunately, in a very grotesque way, I have, because I looked at the pictures, and I didn't see all of them, but because some were skeletons, but I saw a number of them.
In terms of basically they were not what you'd call unattractive individuals, am I right?
No, yes, sir, I believe you would, that is a correct statement.
When he would return with them, when he brought them in a cab, he would alight from that cab several blocks away from the home, did he not?
Generally that was so, yes.
And did he tell you that did you ask him, was that for the express purpose of ensuring that where you got out of the cab would not be subject to being traced?
I didn't ask him that specific question, but I certainly was interested in whether he was taking steps not to get caught. And it's very clear to me that he was. Now, that doesn't necessarily address whether he could control it in the first place, but certainly he did not want to be caught, and he was taking lots of precautions, perhaps up until...
Yeah, it was cruising, which I'd heard that before. I think that's a gay community term, if I'm not crazy, at least an old school one. I remember from like 80s movies and stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Cruising.
The very end.
Of course, in this aspect, it's almost even a completely different meaning in
He was really quite careless, but taking precautions not to get caught.
At the very end, you did not hear the testimony of a gentleman that spoke here named Tracy Edwards. I want to assure you at the very end, they did get out of a cab several blocks from the apartment. That was the last...
No, I wasn't talking about the getting out of the cab, but just in terms of trying not to get caught, of bodies lying around two at a time, of leaving them there, of the odor being strong. All of that was what I was referring to.
What I'm saying, though, Doctor, the fact is, in terms of the cab, even at the very last incident, they get out of the cab several blocks away from them.
Yes, I do not mean to be disagreeing with you that at all. That's absolutely correct.
And then he would induce them to drink. When he'd get them in the apartment, he would induce them to take the drink. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And all these killings occurred in an environment that he controlled, either his apartment, the Hicks slaying, the slayings in the grandmother's house, with the one exception of Toomey, and there are questions about how that occurred or whether that was even intentional. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I wouldn't quibble with any of that.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, I said I wouldn't quibble with any of that.
And he would then wait until the drug took effect before he would undertake the slaying.
Yes, it was very important to him that these people not be conscious, that they not be tortured in any way. He repeated many, many times.
And then he had the equipment available to destroy the bodies.
Yes, this had become a sick ritual. He would stand naked in the bathroom and so on. This was all something that just got repeated over and over again in a very ritual.
Did you ask him why he would stand naked?
Again, I'm trying to sort out, what came exactly from what I asked and so on. What I'm aware of, if that's acceptable, is that he denied being sexually aroused, because I was interested in that issue. He was saying that he didn't want to get blood on his clothes so that people would notice. I don't remember for sure if he told me or if I got that in other ways, but that's my understanding of what was going on.
And this was his way of disposing bodies. He didn't have a car, did he?
No, sir, he did not.
He couldn't take the body out 5 miles out of town and get rid of it, could he?
He certainly couldn't have driven in a car. He didn't have a car.
Right. And he couldn't have started dropping bodies in the alley behind the house. The police had 2 or 3 bodies in the alley. They'd be saying, we've got a killer here right in this neighborhood, and that would have drawn intense suspicion on the immediate area. Is that true?
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, I think, he was also saving parts, and there was a ritualistic thing, but I don't want to debate that with you. I agree with what you're saying.
And the cutting up of the bodies was his disposal method, not having a car, not wishing to leave them outside the back door. He had to dispose of the bodies, and indeed, in discussion with you, he described that as part of the disposal effort. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's why he got the barrel to acidify the larger bones, so they would be mushy. He could put them in a bag or flush them down the toilet, or put them in a bag and dump them in the dumpster, as he did with a
Thinking
number.
about that's real fucked up though. Like, like you always want to have like the utmost respect, and you think about the families in these situations. Think about the families that are actually, and we've seen them, of course, the brutal testimonies at the end of this thing, impact testimonies that come from these people. But, you want to be able to get that body of your loved one back at the end of something like this, as horrible as this is. But yeah, he dissolved human beings in their bones, or broke them up with hammers and put them down drains, flushed them down toilets. That adds another level of evil to this whole thing, I think. And it's just grotesque.
Of the bodies, is that correct?
Yes, again.
Like, you'll be sitting here for a minute and you're like, okay, you're thinking about it almost in a scientific way, the way they're explaining it. You have all these psychiatrists and psychologists and these experts and these professionals on here. And then you start hearing really and truly what they're saying here. And it gets down to this deep, malevolent, dark level of humanity that's just buried in all of us in a weird way, right? Like it brings a lot of emotion out in this, man. It really, this is a wild one. This entire trial is not what I expected at all. I don't know what I truly expected. After I started reading, and I was like, okay, he has given up all of everything, and this is an insanity trial, and they're trying to debate whether this man needs to be in a hospital or a prison. This has been very intriguing, and I've learned a lot, man. It's been cool.
And
thanks everyone for being here and hanging out while we do it. I appreciate that. If you're just randomly coming through here, I appreciate that as well. I've seen some new people in chat here. Please hit that like. That really helps us out. Gets this in the algorithm, guys. And yeah, we'll continue through here in the old murder church. Got about, how much left? Got about 10 minutes left of this clip. And then we got another clip again with Dr. Berlin, psychiatrist, sex expert. I'll probably take a bathroom break. I'll probably just let this keep rolling through though as I do that. But yeah, again, thank you all so much for being here. Share this out to your communities. Let people know that you're hanging out at Murder Church. And always be in your pews before the bells are ringing. 9 a.m. No, that's not true. You can come in whenever the hell you want. Thank you all so much for being here. Appreciate it. Seriously.
Often done other things with them that I don't want to go into detail, but certainly the part of being able to dispose them in that fashion and doing it repeatedly in that same way over and over and over again, that's absolutely correct.
Did you compare the particular that were in the particular barrel in terms to see whether it was basically the bodies of the last 4 persons, or whether he had kept the skull, certainly, but in terms of the barrel, the persons in the barrel, well, actually the last 4 people, is that correct, that he had slain?
Yeah, again, that wasn't terribly critical to the conclusions I was trying to decide about, but in reading all the reports and so on, I become...
And at the very beginning of the show, I always do the trigger warning and do the warning before all these shows, because, it's adult, it's pretty mature content on this channel in the reg. We have fun on here and there's a lot of lightheartedness, but it gets down to it. It's a lot of true crime and a lot of really, really brutal content and facts roll out. So yeah, and I've had people in the past that love this channel and love our stuff, have told us that this trial has gotten to them. So I completely understand if you do have to take breaks, bail out. If you can't even do it, 100% understand. It's heavy. It's real heavy.
become aware of who was in the barrel and so on.
All right, and did you and that's true of the heads that had not been defleshed. That was also true. It was the last four people that he
Defleshed. The wording.
had slain. Is that correct?
Again, I'm going by memory, but I'm sure you're being accurate, and I'm certain that must be correct.
What I'm saying is that some of that was, he was saying, he's given testimony that in terms of getting tired, not taking any particular pleasure in getting rid of those bodies, that it was taking time, and that was part of his disposal program. The point I'm trying to make, Doctor, is that he didn't have a car to drop the bodies 5 miles away. He couldn't drag them down the street, and he chose to get rid of them by dismembering them, defleshing them, and getting rid of it in that fashion. Is that true?
Yeah, just so you know, you explained your thing. I just hesitate a bit, and again, I'm not trying to learn here everything I might want to learn if I'm going to, publish a paper on necrophilia, and I have some suspicions, therefore, that this ritual of spending hours over and over and doing it the same and doing it in this bizarre way may not have been only for purpose of getting rid of the body, but may be tied in to his disease. But I didn't go into that because it's not important in terms of these issues.
You're describing it as a ritual. Was he doing...
Well, he's standing naked, the body's there, he's following in a very set fashion, he's got it almost stereotyped each time. So it's ritualistic in the same that it's repeated stereotyped behavior.
He stands naked. If you're going to cut up bodies to get rid of them, and you decide you don't want blood on your clothes, you take off your clothes and you cut up the bodies, don't you?
Okay, yes, and again, please, I don't want to be argumentative. Let me just be clear. As a psychiatrist, because I'm examining him that way, I'm wondering whether, in addition to getting rid of him to dispose of the body, it might be tied in somewhat to his disease. It wasn't, given all that I've already seen, and I was clear on the diagnosis and clear on my findings, necessary to pursue it. I'm not trying to take away from you that he was disposing of him, absolutely. But I'm trying to be candid that as a psychiatrist seeing this, I certainly am also going to wonder whether there's something more to it as well. That's all I'm trying to say.
Did he tell you that he conducted rituals during the disposition of these bodies?
No, sir, he did not, and I don't want to miss.
Did he, in fact, deny that he engaged in any rituals?
Well, he didn't deny that he engaged in rituals, but as I said, I as a psychiatrist wondered about that as being ritualistic. I am not saying he said it, and I'm not taking for a minute away that he was also, regardless of whether it was a ritual, trying to dispose of these. He didn't want to get caught, and this was a way of trying to be sure he wouldn't get caught.
Did you flatly ask him, Mr. Dahmer, did you engage in any ritualistic activities there in the apartment?
No, sir. As I said, I was trying to share with you what I was thinking, and I'm not trying to deflect it, but I did not ask him that, and I'm not saying it was that. I was just trying to be complete in my response.
Do many times persons with a strong paraphilic grip involve themselves in ritual as part of killing?
Oh, gosh, ritual is part of killing. I mean, certainly there are ritualistic killings, so that is out there in the literature, perhaps one of the reasons I'm thinking about it. But I'm trying very hard not to disagree with you, because I do agree with you that one of the things he was trying very hard to do was not to get caught. I'm not trying, I don't want to take that away, because I agree with you on that.
But in my terms is this, in terms of absolutely each time doing the killing the same way, we know he didn't do that, did he?
No, there were variations in how he went about that.
And many paraphilically committed people engaging in violence will repeat in an exact ritualistic way, will they not, how they kill the person?
Well, they might do it exactly. I wouldn't go along with you that this wasn't the repetition of the same theme over and over and over again. That was certainly there, of having them alive, having sex with them, having them in a transition state, having them dead. So the theme was very ritualistic, but I do want to agree with you that the specific details varied somewhat one from the other.
Sometimes the hand, sometimes he used a strap, one time he used a knife, a number of times he said he didn't want to kill them at all, that they died from drilling.
Absolutely, and we discussed that, and I agreed with you on that.
And you have testified on occasion that, particularly in the rape case, that particularly how a man, I'm thinking particularly of the Kirk case, how a man repeats a ritualistic in a grip, will repeat it in exactly the same way, say the same words, go through the same act. Want the same if it's requiring the woman to perform fellatio, do it in the same fashion, humiliate with the same words. We do not see that exact replication, death after death, with Mr. Dahmer, do we?
Well, again, people may not know, Mr. Kirk was another case I testified in. There were some similarities and major differences. Certainly, Mr. Kirk had nothing to do with necrophilia.
But in terms of, you laid some import, did you not, on that the modus operandi was exactly the same, even words involved, procedures involved?
I think, and again, I hadn't expected to talk about the Kirk case, but it was probably a little closer in terms of concrete repetitiveness in the Kirk case than here. I think that's correct.
In terms of, I want to call your attention to after the Hicks slaying. He described what he did. Eventually he dismembered, put them in a garbage bag, and undertook to drive to the apparently a dump in the area. He was stopped by police.
Yes,
You
he
recall
was
that?
given a ticket. It's
At
terrible
first
irony for
did
crossing
they at
the
first think
center.
he was driving while intoxicated?
Yeah, he was apparently quite nervous, as we can now put it together. And he tells us, and he had the body at that time in bags in the back of the car, and the police stopped him. They even looked and asked him what was in the bags, and he said he had some garbage
Judge is passing out.
he hadn't gotten rid of. He explained he was up late because he'd been worried about his parents' divorce, and again, the poor officer couldn't have known this, but he ended up getting a ticket for driving on the left side of the road, and he was allowed to leave.
And
That one, man. Early on, they could have stopped this shit.
maintained, here is a man 18 who was just killed the day before a man, has the body in the back seat in garbage bags, a police flashlight. He's stopped by the police.
Dude.
It's in the early morning hours, as I recollect, 2 or
Dude.
3 in the morning, stopped by police. They light up the back that contains the bags with a flashlight, and he maintains enough coolness to persuade them that nothing is wrong, and to persuade them to leave him
The
to
way he describes it right there really is like, this motherfucker's not insane. Like,
go on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
he's actually pretty fucking cunning, I believe.
In terms of the incident involving at his, did you read the sentencing transcript when he was sentenced in the second-degree sexual assault on the young man?
If it was provided to me, I read it because I read everything was provided. I don't recall offhand. If you want to jog my memory by telling me a bit more, I can tell you
All right.
whether
Did
that
he
sounds familiar.
stand in court when summoned by the judge? Did he stand in court and persuade the judge that he intended to live well, that he was going to do the right thing, and articulately persuade the judge that he should get probation, even though he had already killed at least 3 men?
Yeah, I wasn't provided that, but I know that he had someone help him in writing a letter where he wanted to get out early from work release, talking about learning his lesson and that he'd never do it again. So I got that sort of information from that letter, but I don't think I saw the actual speech he might have made when he was sentenced.
Would you like to hear
Yeah,
that?
it's hard to even really wrap your fucking head around, Angel, right? The kind of lifestyle must have been 100% hunting, planning, hiding, predatory, go to bed, get up, brush your teeth, then what? Impossible to imagine. I agree. Like,
Well, I don't know if it's a matter I like or not. If you feel it's important, I'll be glad to listen and answer your questions. I'm sorry, sir. Could someone get me a glass of water, too, for a moment?
oh God, can I use the bell? Is it ready? Probably not, but I'm gonna use it anyways. They're going, ladies and gentlemen.
I apologize.
He's like, I've been up here for weeks. I've been up here for like 8 hours. Can I please go use the bathroom, sir?
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah, we're about to get a little break ski on this one. We're going to go into the next video. We're going to roll on through here.
You don't have to wait
There
for
is
that.
fuckface Jeffrey Dahmer. We're going to go right on into the last part. And I mean, I'm sad to say it. Part 5, Dr. Fred Berlin. This one is even longer than that one, 1 hour and 17. Let's roll right on into it. Again, thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate the hell out of it. Please hit that like again. Helps us out here on the old YouTube algorithms. Share this out to your communities. I hate to sound like a broken record, but it really does help out the channel. Again, thanks everyone for being here for Murder Church. I do have a cool little transition stinger. I'm going to use it real quick. Hold on. Again, you guys are awesome. everyone for hanging out. Appreciate the hell out of it. Let's go right back in and continue down this testimony from Dr. Fred Berlin, psychiatrist, sex expert. Details are extremely gruesome. Again, viewer discretion is advised is the best way I could put it. But yeah, I am going to use the bathroom as well and put up a little bit of a smoke screen here. And yeah, let's keep rolling.
I'm just going to read portions of that transcript. I've edited out some of the portions even. The defendant was being sentenced and the judge called upon him to make such statement as he might wish to influence the sentencing. The defendant, and I want you to assess the coolness. Defendant, I don't know how much weight you can put on what I have to say. I am an alcoholic, not the sort that has to have a drink every single day, but when I do drink, I go overboard, and I imagine that labels me as being an alcoholic. Some discussion back and forth between him and the judge on that. Then the defendant, the prosecution has raised very serious charges against me, and I can understand why. What I've done is very serious. I never meant to give anyone the impression that I thought otherwise. I've never been in this position before. Nothing this awful. This is a nightmare come true. If anything would shock me out of my past behavior patterns, it's this. The one thing I have in my mind is that is stable and that gives me some source of pride is my job. I've come very close to losing it because of my actions, which I take full responsibility for. I'm the one to blame for all of this. What I've done has cut both ways. It's hurt the victim and it's hurt me. It's a no-win situation. All I can do is beg you please spare my job. Please give me a chance to show what I can, that I can tread the straight and narrow and not get involved in any situation like this ever again. I would not only ask, I beg you please, don't destroy my life. I know I deserve a great deal of punishment. I'm not trying to elicit your sympathy, but I would ask you please, don't wipe me out completely. Some discussion about sexual problems. Then the defendant goes on. But I have had such the judge says, do you have relationship with adult males? This, of course, involved a minor. The defendant, I have had in the past, not recently. This enticing a child was the climax of my idiocy. It's going to destroy me. I'm afraid this one incident. I don't know what in the world I was thinking when I did it. I know I was under the influence. As far as purposely drugging him, that was never my intention. I've been taking sleeping pills because I work third shift for several years now. I take quite a few of them because I built up a tolerance to them, and it was never my intention to purposely drug him. I wouldn't have offered him money if I had planned on drugging him, but nevertheless, I'm not trying to excuse what I did.
I'm sorry, you're asking me a question? Or?
Basically, does this show a rather cool, collected person under a great deal of stress? The judge could put him up for, as I recall, it's 20 years for the two counts that were involved. Was enticing, getting him off the street, into the house, one count. The touching in the house was 2 counts. Mm-hmm. I believe that's 20 years.
Right.
Rather cool presentation for a man facing 20 years. Would that be accurate?
Yes, and I furthermore believe at that stage, and I'd said this earlier, that he was not interested in stopping. I think he'd made up his mind it was his destiny, and he was not going to believe that treatment was going to be helpful. It's interesting because he used something similar with me, saying that now this time he'd learned a lesson, and he wouldn't be out, but hypothetically, if he were, he'd be okay, and I didn't believe that for a moment either.
It's a rather manipulative lie to the court.
Oh, it's clearly not honest.
And also in terms of the time that when in the Conorak Simpson phone incident, the 14-year-old Laotian boy at North 20.
Yeah, the last little bit with Dr. Berlin. I'm actually sad about it too. I've really thoroughly enjoyed this testimony, just from a learning aspect, from a studious train of thought.
5th and West State Street, where he had drugged him and then went out for drinks, where the defendant went out for drinks. The Laotian boy apparently awakened, got out of the apartment, made his way a block or two to North 25th and West State. Citizens were there, fire truck arrived, police arrived, and the defendant managed to persuade the police that there was nothing foul afoot. Is that correct?
Yes, particularly remarkable since there was a body in a room right next door with a door.
Absolutely. Did it on the street. They came into the dwelling, and right there.
That'll be good. Jay, if you're still hanging out, Bob Mata coming in to hang out on his channel to talk about the Wine W. Melly trial. That'll be dope as hell to get an actual defense attorney to come in and give his thoughts. You know, if you follow him on Twitter, you kind of already get the vibe of him. That'll be cool.
which to me...
And make sure I'm sure everyone in here already is, but follow Jay, man. Jay's the best. Hold on. I'll put his link in chat.
A great deal of cool. The defendant, same way that he was caught, same with the body in the garbage bags and the police officer 3 feet away. Here we have it again with counter-accent his phone, and he's apparently capable of persuading the officers, is he not?
Yeah, he wasn't cool, because we talked about it. He was, as you can imagine, extremely anxious, but he was certainly able to present it in a way where, tragically, the officers had no sense of what was really going on. That's correct.
I'm going to talk about some alternatives available to this defendant to relieve his sexuality. You do know that he went to bathhouses in Milwaukee, was excluded because of the drugging, and then started going bathhouses into Chicago. I think that went on into 1991. To my knowledge, he was never excluded from a bathhouse in Chicago and could have continued to go to those bathhouses. Are you aware of that as an alternative?
Well, again, I don't want to quibble. I wouldn't accept alternative, because as I said in my testimony earlier, the fact that he's capable
Quibble is getting added to my vocabulary immediately.
of other kinds of sexual activity doesn't necessarily erase these cravings, and if the cravings become overpowering, just because you can have normal sex isn't necessarily...
Quibble, a slight objection or criticism about a trivial matter. I'm not going to quibble with you, bitch. You know, maybe just add a little bit of modern...
the treatment of the solution
modernness to it.
problem.
The following alternatives were also available to him. He occasionally paid people for sexual services, and as you know, certainly if a person wishes to simulate a prostitute, to simulate lying unconscious or lying dead, such a prostitute will do that. He also could have handcuffed his partners if he wanted that, and there was evidence, of course, that he did in fact procure handcuffs in terms of control. There was evidence that he could use a mannequin, apparently drew some pleasure. That's called Pygmalionism. He could have procured another mannequin, bought one. Indeed, in some sexual service places, they provide mannequins, do they not, as an alternative. He did render some of his sexual partners unconscious. Drew relief, evidence that he had orgasm, climax, before they were dead in a number of the cases. And certainly drew relief without killing them, just by rendering them unconscious. He continued, apparently used the alternative of pornography and masturbating, and could have continued to do that. Yes.
You're asking a whole series of questions here. You're not getting any answers.
Yes, I'm just pointing out a list of alternatives, and I'll ask, is that those alternatives were
Okay,
available?
okay.
That was my intent. Yeah.
I thought I
Yeah.
detected several separate questions with no answers, and
Well-
that leaves the record a little empty.
Yeah, fine, Judge. I'm suggesting
Go ahead,
alternatives.
go ahead.
I'll allow it.
And of course, developing a long-term homosexual relationship. Those alternatives were available to relieve sexual drives. Not exactly what he wished, and a lot of people don't get exactly what they wish, but those were available to relieve those drives, were they not?
Well, again, it's going to be the same answer that I gave you before in terms of how I view the issue of alternatives. The fact that you pointed out he had someone in handcuffs, and the fact that he had him in handcuffs and alive wasn't satisfying the craving that, in my opinion, was driving him. So in that sense, I don't accept it as alternative. I understand how how someone can see it that way.
In terms of hard sciences and soft sciences, psychiatry is a soft science, isn't it?
I want to answer carefully, because I don't want to quibble. It doesn't have the technology, for example, if we're comparing it with open heart surgery. But I don't want to go too far with that.
Sorry about that, Jay. Actually, I think it was a little bit lower than the other clip. I think I turned it down a little too low.
Psychiatrists are trained in medicine. They go through all the various rotations in medicine. There's a lot of training about trying to maintain objectivity. There are some developing technologies now that look at brain
Well,
function.
Shannon that said that, actually. Did something happen to the volume or going deaf? Yeah, I think I was slightly off there from the other clip. Thanks for calling out, Shannon.
I think, as in any other area of medicine, people talk about the science of medicine and the art of medicine. I think there is a scientific base for psychiatry. I spent many years training in psychology and medicine and so on. But the technologies that might let you say it's a hard science, like surgery, there I'd say no, it's not a hard discipline of medicine in the same sense as hard surgery.
In a hard science, there's the use of the experimental method, the The tester tightly controls the matter to be studied, controls the environment, uses standard instrumentation and documentation, and can measure somewhat definitively what transpires in the experiment. Is that
Yes,
accurate,
but we
basically?
do the same thing, sir. We just, for example, have applied for a grant to do what's called a double-blind study to make sure the medicines were used.
Would you ask, may I ask, I asked him a question, and he, as he does, volunteers. That's how a hard science is connected, is it?
Mr. McCann, restate the question. Doctor, listen to Mr. McCann's question and answer the question.
Is it not true in the hard sciences, they use the experimental method, the tester tightly controls the matter to be studied, controls the environment, uses standard instrumentation, and can measure somewhat definitively what transpires in the experiment?
And what I'm trying to say, because the answer
yes
is
or
no.
Doctor.
I've been drawing relief. Even if you went to work and said that as a one-off, what have you been? Where have you been? Drawing relief. Okay.
It's yes or no.
Okay, in the
Takes you a
hard
sec.
sciences, then the answer is yes, that those methods are important.
And one can establish, by doing the same experiment, can definitively predict.
That's true. Actually, all Twitter is quibbling. Quibble. You want to quibble? See me on Twitter. We'll talk about stuff that doesn't really matter. In excess, at great length.
And analyze what's transpiring. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the sciences such as psychiatry, you do not conduct experiments in the strict sense. It's mainly observational, to a very good extent observational, observing people, listening to people, what their problems are, and analyzing the differences, and undertake. Much of psychiatry is that, is it not?
No, sir, that's where I disagree, and again, I hope I can explain why, because the answer is no. I'm not avoiding the question, but I was just a step ahead of you, and I don't agree with that, and is it okay if I explain why I don't?
Well, you can do that on redirect, Doctor.
All right, if you
wish.
don't want me to, I won't.
Certainly within the field of medicine, in terms of analyzing a problem. If a person has a broken leg, you can sit down and the doctors, the bone doctors will look it over, take x-rays, and can pretty definitively tell you what the problem is, can they not?
Certainly in a broken leg, one can definitively tell that someone has a broken leg.
And there's technology that can do that, such as x-rays, and give a pretty definitive answer.
That's correct.
And there is not such technology of that nature, that hard technology, in the field of psychiatry, that you can analyze a problem with the same definitive certitudes.
Sometimes there is. If a patient had delirium, we could do an EEG. If it showed diffuse slowing, that would confirm a psychiatric diagnosis of delirium.
Let's just take the idea of paraphilias themselves, just within the field of medicine, without looking to the courts at all. Just how doctors perceive it. Some doctors would say, yes, that could be such a disease as would qualify under the ALI legal test. Other psychiatrists would say, no, that isn't such a disease as would qualify under the ALI test. I'm talking now just what psychiatrists think about it, without thinking what saying courts do. Am I accurate on that?
Psychiatrists could disagree on whether or not they wanted to call that a disease.
In terms of, they might say, yes, it's a paraphilia, they may agree that it's a paraphilia, but in terms of, in other words, some might say it is not a disease. Some psychiatrists would say it's not a disease.
Yes, I think I covered that in the original questioning, and I agree that the answer to that is yes.
Does that fall, do you have any your impressions yourself about what the percentage breakdown is in psychiatrists? Now, grant you there's been no assessing or surveying of psychiatrists.
About whether the psychiatrist would agree that paraphilia is a disease?
Yes.
I won't guess on that.
Right. So, but then there's a substantial percentage that say, no, it is not a disease. Would that be accurate?
I don't know that that's correct either.
But there's definitely a division. You'd agree on that?
There are some people who would say it isn't a disease. I would agree with that.
So, and you have no idea what the percentage breakdown is?
As you pointed out, there's never been a systematic survey done.
Right. And for some reason, you're reluctant to opine on it. Is it?
I'm reluctant because every time I try to talk, you tell me you don't want me to say so much, so I'm trying not to say too much.
In any event, there's even on the basic issue, is paraphilia a disease? There's a disagreement on that within psychiatry.
To try to answer it directly without expanding, yes, there's a disagreement.
The paraphilia is basically defined, it's looked at as a problem, as a mental disorder within the DSM-3R because of the object that is for which the affection or the attraction lies. Is that correct?
Not exactly. It's looked at as an abnormality in DSM-3R because people are experiencing something different in terms of their mental state than what's normal. And if you're having abnormal mental experiences, we psychiatrists say that's a mental disorder.
It's not abnormal to have recurrent sexual urges or to have recurrent sexually arousing fantasies, is it?
It's sure abnormal to walk around all day having fantasies about having sex with corpses.
Doctor, you didn't answer my question.
What's the question?
The question was, it's not abnormal, is it, to have recurring intense sexual urges and recurring sexual fantasies? That in and of itself is not abnormal, is it?
Not necessarily.
Right. And for a person, the abnormality that relates why it qualifies a paraphilia is the object of those fantasies. And in this particular case,
Ready to ring the bell at a drop of a hat here. Starting to get testy.
the object would be
Berlin is getting pissed off here. He's like, listen, how many times and how many ways can I answer your questions?
depending whether you accept an unconscious person or a living compliant person or a dead person. In this case, you've made the necrophilia, started you down that path because there were dead bodies involved with some sex. Is that correct?
It is the content of the fantasies, not the object. I'm saying no, I don't agree with you saying the object. I'm saying the content of the fantasies, having that kind of mental content recurrently running through your head and the content is associated with intense sexual arousal is abnormal.
All right. Is the content being a dead body? That's what makes it.
Content being all we've talked about, okay? I don't want to repeat because you're asking me to be brief, but
All right.
all
If
of
a
them.
person simply has this recurrent thing about a dead body, would that qualify as a paraphilia? Recurrent sexual urges, recurrent sexually arousing fantasies, just about a dead body. Would that qualify?
That would qualify if they're having intense, recurrent, sexually arousing fantasies and urges about having sex with a dead body. The definition included, it wasn't even relevant here to say it had to be at least 6 months. This has gone on here for years. If I'm walking around for more than 6 months having intense, recurrent,
Wouldn't that be a good soundbite? George is getting upset.
sexually arousing fantasies and urges about having sex with a dead body, I got a mental disorder.
All right. We got a person now, a human being that is going
Actually, I do have
around
one new
having...
soundbite that might fit this.
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
That's Dr. Berlin right now.
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
Huh?
I don't believe you.
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
recurrent, intense sexual desires with recurrent sexual fantasies about, he's a man about an attractive woman that lives next door. And that goes on.
Oh, shit. Well, we got it paused. Let's keep it paused because CR just came through. Membership Buzzed to Confused level. Look at the beers. Everybody in chat, make sure drop the beers in there. Yeah, I love it. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the party, pal.
That's absolutely amazing. And yeah, CR always coming through and being amazing. And look at those satisfying pours. Please, everyone in the chat, make sure you give them a beer. As we approach noon, it's still pretty early. The beers are still perfectly fine at Murder Church. The rules don't really apply here anyways. And we'll throw you one of these.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
I'm a bad man. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
For months and even a year. Is he mentally ill? Got a disorder?
I'm not trying to avoid it. I doubt it, but you know, you're a hypothetical guy. I'm not examining as a doctor. I made the point earlier, we make value judgments. If this isn't hurting anybody else, if it's not causing suffering, if it's not causing distress, it isn't the business of psychiatry to get into personal thoughts of people that don't cause any difficulty.
Yeah,
So-
that was an anniversary. Sorry. I always get confused the way those look, but yeah, okay. Been a member for 3 months, going into that third month of membership, CR. Yeah, absolutely amazing. That's out here gifting memberships as well. Denise, welcome to being a member as well. Thanks to CR again, everybody.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Welcome to the party,
Love it.
pal.
Thank you all so much. That's amazing. That is amazing. Look at those satisfying pours. And make sure we're passing out the brewskis in the chat, and the chat's going crazy with it. Look at that. You know, and if you're maybe a liquor person, we got those as well. We also got a few mimosas, and if you just want to start it out with some coffee, I don't blame you. Bam, right there, laying it out. Thank y'all so much. This is the best community hanging out here on Sunday morning for Murder Church, per usual. Thank you all so much. Killing it. Killing it.
So if he's thinking that, it isn't interfering with his life, it isn't hurting anyone, Under those circumstances, no, that's not a disorder.
And he wouldn't be a mental disorder.
I'm agreeing with you to answer directly. Yes, I agree that would not be a mental disorder.
There are many people, are there not? Maybe it's someone that, maybe it's the woman next door, or a man with an attractive woman. Maybe she works in the backyard, dresses scantily.
Or some bobs. Maybe somebody wants to throw out some bobs, pass out a few side bobs, as I call them.
He's a normal person. He watches her and sees her relatively frequently, has intense sexual desires, very intense, experiences erection maybe every time he sees her, fantasizes what he would like to do with her, thinks about it, maybe masturbates about it from time to time. And she's there through the years, and he's watching her through the years, and he wrestles with it. And she's a married lady, and he is not going to move on her, and he wrestles with those urges, and he doesn't move on her. He's not mentally disordered, is he, doctor?
I'm pausing because some men would move under that circumstance, but I wouldn't say they're mentally ill, no.
And there are people that have jobs together, people that are married, one is married to X, the other is married to Y, and they're thrown together by chance. And they have a keen sexual attraction to each other. They may never communicate it. They may work for years, and out of a sense of dignity and respect and for their marriage and their spouse, they may be powerfully attracted to that woman. Try to push out the fantasy, but they're working with her every day, and that fantasy comes back, and they're sexually aroused by it. And they may dream about it, and they struggle with it for years. And they don't even express the affection for the other person. They don't even communicate with their eyes. They control themselves, and they wrestle with it, and those fantasies come back, and those desires come back every day, and they struggle with it. There are such people, are there not, doctor?
Well, I might want to examine that person to see if he's ill. If I ask the average guy if he's walking around all day having to constantly fight off these repeated intense urges and fantasies, been doing it for months, I would wonder whether or not he was ill. I wouldn't say based on that he is, but it would be reasonable.
Let's go.
He said he's suffering. We got into the ballpark that I said can make you a patient. It would be reasonable for me with this suffering person to wonder whether he ought to be a patient.
We'll strike the suffering. He's not suffering.
If you start taking enough of it away and make him a normal guy, I'll agree with he's a normal guy.
All right, what I'm saying is, and you know what I'm saying is, that there are people that have intense sexual urges, that have recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies.
And I'm saying some of them may have
about women if it's a man, about one man after another if it's a homosexual, if he's a homosexual, about a woman towards a man perhaps, and we expect those. We don't call them mentally disordered people, and yet their desires are very strong, their fantasies are very strong, and they are not considered mentally disordered for that, are they, doctor?
Well, I think I've answered your question.
And the answer is that they are not considered.
Missing a lot going on here in chat. Hold on. Laura gifting a membership as well. Tangled Crochet gifted a membership. Thank you very much.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Welcome to the party.
Absolutely amazing. Get them satisfying pours. Make sure the chat is filling up with beers as well as we approach noon. Again, a little early, but Murder Church is making it happen for you. And Mosh coming through. Membership for 4 months. A lot of anniversaries are coming through this morning. I love to see it. The one and only paid YouTube subscription I have here, Mosh, thank you very much. That's absolutely amazing.
Welcome to the party, pal.
And not welcome, you know, you've been a part of the party, so that's amazing. Couldn't be happier with that. Again, those beers in the chat, everyone. Thank y'all so much.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot. I'm telling you like it is, baby.
Love it.
Mentally disordered. Is that
there were
correct?
several answers because you phrased
I love it.
it several different ways, but I think I've responded.
You and I know that we expect people with strong sexual desires merely because it's a man for a woman, or maybe another man for a man. Under circumstances, they're expected to control themselves, are they not?
You heard me say I don't want to excuse sin by calling it illness, but I also said I don't want to think that somebody's just misbehaving when they're ill. Some of the examples you've given me suggest someone's probably pretty normal, and we need to hold people responsible and
Yeah,
accountable.
J Buzz Nation. That's what I'm talking about, Jay. That's a good name. I like that.
If, however, someone becomes
That's a hashtag if I've ever seen it.
impaired in some fashion,
When the mega powers come together, am I right? Boom!
then we are mandated morally and ethically to factor that into the equation when we decide what it is we're going to do about that individual.
There are men that go away at the armed services. Strike that. Give another one. A man, a very normal man with strong sexual desires, and perhaps his wife becomes disabled in some fashion, seriously disabled, maybe at a nursing home. He has very strong sexual desires, fantasizes about it, strong
J-Buzz Nation. I like that.
sexual urges, but he is very much committed to his wife and very much committed to the dignity of that marriage. Perhaps for moral reasons, he does not even agree with masturbation. He does not masturbate. He contains himself, and he goes forward and abides by it. Isn't tortured by it, doesn't suffer by it, but has those strong desires and those strong fantasies.
Well,
Is he a mentally disordered man?
no, as a compassionate physician, I might want to counsel him and help him, but I'd never say that.
My God, he has to be exhausted. He's been getting the shit beat out of him. He's fighting back, but my God.
I am labeling him as mentally ill.
That was a good round, fellas.
At some point, the defendant said to virtually everybody, the police and everybody else, that he stopped trying.
Yes, sir.
And then, I don't know, somewhere there's the word embrace, that he embraced this. I don't know, was that in your direct examination? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, and I know you're not trying to do that. I don't recall that word.
Have you ever heard, and I think it's from Pope's Essay on Man, the statement that vice, at first shocking, then tolerated, finally embraced? Do you recall that in that Pope's Essay on Man?
You know, I couldn't have quoted it
Yeah, that's right. Coming together like Voltron.
but I think I've heard that somewhere along the way.
Jay's the best, y'all. Seriously.
In part of your literature at the Johns Hopkins, does this quote appear? Admittedly, sometimes it is difficult to determine whether a person is trying their best and failing or just not trying. Does that sound like a quote from your literature at the Johns Hopkins?
It's not just a quote from the literature, it's a quote from something I've written.
Yes. And that's accurate, is it not true?
Yes, I've tried to make that very clear, that we have to distinguish between whether someone's trying and whether they're not trying, but also to put it into the bigger picture, because I don't want you to take out of context what I said. If someone's been so beaten down by an illness that they can't control, that they've given up the fight, that also needs to be considered. So I absolutely said that, I agree with that, but I want it not to be taken out of context.
Yes. And in terms of all of us are going to, all the professionals are going to be asked this question, and in my opinion, should be asked this question, so the jury knows.
Sir?
I don't want you to take offense at it.
That's fine.
You undertook to take this assignment, as did all the professionals, on the arrangement that there will be certain fees paid,
Yes, sir.
probably on an hourly basis. I'm not sure. Did you make such an arrangement with Mr. Boyle?
Well, I'll explain my arrangement. I've been involved for several months. I think I've received about $3,500. He told me there wasn't a lot of money available. He said he could guarantee it up to $10,000. I told him I've never refused to come, even if people didn't have the money, but I certainly would be grateful to have the $10,000. He's assured me at some point that would be available. And I pretty much tell that to any attorney. Again, I feel strongly about this, so you forgive me, but I'm not a hard hand. I call it as I see it.
The camera pans back to the lawyer. He's on a couch.
It is
Dr. Berlin's like, I feel like this started in your childhood with seeing your mother in her bathing suit.
immoral to refuse services to people that are poor, and that was the understanding that we made.
Well, you're speaking of Mr. Dahmer himself individually or his family?
I understand that this has been a tremendous expense for his family. I did indicate I would. I'm trying to earn a living too, so I'd submit a bill. I said if they weren't able to pay it, I would not make an issue out of that, but I expect that I will probably get in total $10,000 because Mr. Boyle's told me that.
Doctor, before Mr. Dahmer was sentenced on the second-degree sexual assault case, he was referred to a Dr. Charles Lodel. Is that correct, a psychologist for certain tests?
Yes, that is correct.
And you were supplied that, and is it safe and true to say, accurate to say, that he lied a number of times in his statements to Dr. Lodel?
Again, there's been so many doctors here. I need to be careful. If you want to refresh my memory further, I can answer. I remember Dr. Logo's name and reading that amongst the various things I've looked at, but I don't want to answer something when I'm not sure I'm correct.
All right, in discussion, this is the second-degree sexual assault case. Mr. Dahmer is now relating this to Dr. Charles Lodel.
Okay.
Mr. Dahmer said that he did not intend to engage in sexual contact with the lad. Did you
Okay,
believe
so
that true or a lie?
No, that's a lie.
Mr. Finally, when talking about the earlier, what he described as urinating in the park, finally, Mr. Dahmer brought to my attention the fact that he'd been arrested for lewd and lascivious conduct approximately 1 year ago for urinating in a county park. Did you believe that? That it was just urinating?
No, not for a moment.
And that would be a lie then, is that true?
Yes, sir. In fact, this may be the report where Mr. Dahmer didn't even indicate it was a boy. I know one of the doctors that saw him didn't even realize it was males rather than females. I'm not sure if this was the particular one.
This was the doctor to which he had been referred by his counsel at that time.
Okay.
And then also that he said to that Dr. Lodel that he has a regular prescription for sleeping pills from a physician because of problems he has sleeping during the day. That was not true. He was getting those prescription pills for certain other, for drugging people.
Well,
as you know.
again, I don't want to quibble. He at times...
No more quibbling. We're not quibbling here, folks. As we've come to find out, Dr. Berlin will not will never quibble with you. Okay? He doesn't need to quibble. He knows his facts.
I think took a few
I'm going to miss this man.
of these for sleeping. I know we don't want to name the medicine, but it can be used for that purpose. So he did sometimes use it himself for that reason, but obviously that was not the major reason why he was getting it.
So he was not being truthful in talking to this psychiatrist.
That's absolutely correct.
And that psychiatrist concluded, of course, based his opinion in part on what Mr. Dahmer had told him, no doubt.
Well, I don't want to comment on that. I mean, it seems reasonable, but you'd have to talk to him to know exactly how heavily he weighed what Mr. Dahmer had to
At
say.
any rate, this psychologist, Mr. Dahmer, in talking to this psychologist, to whom he had been referred by counsel, told at least a number of lies.
Yes, in fact, I don't know of any professional that he had been honest with and revealed the truth of this to at any time prior to being apprehended on this occasion.
That's all.
The director.
I have some. The fella that Mr. McCann was talking about, the person who lives in the house and sees the lady next door, and he...
Now entering the ring, I feel like it won't be as contentious with with defense attorney Gerald Boyle, but I'm still going to ring the bell anyways.
watches her and she's scantily clad and he gets excited and he has these fantasies about her. I believe you answered that. Now I want to ask you about that same fella who then brings the woman over to his house and drugs her and kills her and makes love with her in a dead state, and then dismembers her body and keeps trophies and then moves to another town. And assume that same person that Mr. Can talked about does the same thing in Kansas and the same thing in Nevada, and he keeps on the same pattern over and over again. Might you want to talk to that fella to see maybe if he might have a mental illness such as he needs treatment for it?
Well, obviously, one would be very much wondering in that case if a person is mentally ill.
Because it's not just being sexually aroused or horny that counts. It's what it does to you and what...
Excuse me, Mr. Bull, please never say horny again.
you do about it that is a definite component, correct?
Certainly, I mean, you used the word horny. People get horny, and absolutely that shouldn't be defined as a mental disorder. Things that all of us experience should not be defined as mental disorders. But when we get into mental experiences that we don't ordinarily experience that cause all sorts of problems, then I'm comfortable saying that talking about that as a mental disorder is not unreasonable.
Now, Doctor, Mr. McCann asked you a lot of proper questions about Mr. Dahmer's sense of controlling his environment, being able to control what he is doing in his life and how he lies to people, that kind of control, the kind of control that he was able to fool a judge and a psychologist and everybody else he talked to. Persons suffering from mental diseases is that equivalent to the
When you need an Austin Powers soundbite, you ain't got it, right?
concept that all of them are also dumb and stupid?
Well, the answer is no, it's not equivalent.
A person can be severely mentally ill and not be dumb or stupid, correct?
Absolutely. There's a difference between mental retardation, which refers to level of intellectual capability, and various other kinds of mental disorders.
Your position as a psychiatrist talking to people who are mentally disabled because of
We're gonna need that beer before noon today, before noon 30. Usually we save the beer here on Murder Church till about noon 30. That's about 12:30 Eastern time. I may pop that son of a bitch open early. What is going on? And we're gonna need a smoke.
schizophrenia, when you talk to them, they don't appear dumb or stupid, do they?
One could do an IQ test on someone with schizophrenia and might discover they're extremely bright in terms of intelligence. They're two different aspects of mental life.
And you can carry on a conversation, a layman could carry on a conversation for a schizophrenic who's in his schizophrenic mode and not have any idea that he's talking to somebody who's mentally disabled, correct?
Well, that might or might not be true. Many of the people with schizophrenia become delusional, hallucinated, they start acting suspicious and so on. So no, that's not necessarily the case in the example you're using here of schizophrenia.
So the fact of Mr. Dahmer's total and complete control over whatever he was doing in life and all of these lies that he told and all of the subterfuges, does that in any way, knowing all of those things, in any way alter the opinion you gave here in court?
No, the fact that he wasn't telling people he'd been out there killing lots of folks in the context of him, as I believe it, having kind of given up and seen it as his destiny. It's interesting in the article on necrophilia, that's an exact word of one of the other people used in a case example that had reached a point where he thought it was his destiny. So one issue is, assuming for the sake of this discussion, he can't control it and he's kind of given in to the illness. That's one issue. Does the fact that he then lied and hid it and didn't tell people change the conclusion? No, it doesn't. It would have been nice if he would have been telling the truth, obviously, but the idea that he would have been expected to tell people I'd been going around killing people, particularly when the probation officer kept saying, if you tell us anything, you can go back to jail. The idea that when there's a part of him that's pushing and pushing and wanting him to do it, that part of him, metaphorically speaking, might not bring him on his own to volunteer it, that doesn't surprise me. So I hope I've answered your question, but that's how I would see it.
In order to be a necrophiliac, is it necessary that you kill every person you come in contact with where the scene is such that you can kill?
Of course not. When I was asked earlier, for example, about obsessive-compulsive disorder, where the question just assumes that these people are compulsive, and a contrast was attempted to be made between obsessive-compulsive disorder and paraphilia. I worked with obsessive hand washers, so maybe this will help clarify if I can tell you what I saw with them. Recall I was at the Maudsley in England, and I'll just give you, it's getting long, and I'll give you one example to keep it short. But this was a woman, and I won't use her name, but she was an obsessive hand washer. Every morning before she could go out to work, she would spend about 2 hours washing her hands. She'd go through this procedure, and she had to do it just so, and would continue to do it and really couldn't bring herself to stop, so she'd spend a few hours. Her hands were so raw, they were red. She'd get through work in the morning. She'd still be thinking about it, it'd be on her mind, but she managed to get through work. At lunch, instead of going to lunch like other people, she was again doing this, and it would take her almost the hour. Sometimes she'd be in difficulty for being late because she couldn't stop within the hour. She'd kind of muddle through the afternoon with the thoughts, go home and go through this ritual for a couple of hours when she got home. Now, if you didn't know anything about this disorder, you could make the observation, well, gee, she was working in the morning, and gee, she was working in the afternoon, and it looks like she's just choosing to do these things on her free time. But I can tell you that this lady absolutely was not able to stop this. This was no doubt an obsessive-compulsive disorder, and this lady, certainly before she got into treatment, in spite of how obvious it was to everybody how driven she was denying she needed help, and it was necessary to really confront her before treatment could begin. So I hope that's an example of how you know, she's not doing it 24 hours a day, all the time, regardless of what the circumstances might be. Various circumstances can impinge on it, but she was going to end up doing it because this clearly was a compulsion that this lady couldn't control. So that's the phenomenon that I believe we're trying to deal with, and I won't belabor it. I've tried to explain it in several ways, but I hope that makes my point.
Mr. McCann got into some questions about the field of psychiatry as opposed to the field of non-psychiatric medicine,
Right.
where you can look at an x-ray and see a broken bone. Obviously, you people have not developed to that point. Tell us, as you wanted to, the difference between these concepts of where the science, soft science, as he called it, of psychiatry is, as opposed to the hard sciences that exist in other fields. Tell us the difference.
Well, it started to do that. For example, in the use of medications, we require what's called a double-blind study. The same rigorous experiments he was, he's doing his job, but it sounded like he was suggesting we don't do that. We wouldn't give a new drug to a psychiatric patient unless it had been studied. Nobody knew whether the person got the real drug or the placebo drug. The same thing in general medicine, and there have been rigorous scientific tests to show if, for example, that it alleviates depression, that it really does it, that it's not just a pill that someone is, for psychological reasons, thinking alleviates it, that there's a pharmacological basis for that. We now know a lot about how those drugs act. We believe there are certain chemicals in the brain that are awry in diseases like schizophrenia and certain forms of depression. We can talk a bit about precisely what they are. We can demonstrate that all of the drugs that are effective in some of these disorders seem to have in common the fact that they affect the very same neurotransmitters in the brain that have been hypothesized to be the problem in a condition in the first place. We can talk about the typical age of onset in the same way I can tell you the typical age of onset of measles. I can talk about whether there's a family history in schizophrenia. I can tell you about genetic tests that show whether people are genetically predisposed. I can talk about the course of action over time, just as I can tell you if someone has asthma versus somebody has lung cancer, what the course will be. I can tell you pretty accurately if they have schizophrenia versus manic depressive illness, what the course will be. I can go on and give a lecture, and I'd love to, about those aspects of psychiatry.
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
So you're saying it's not as much of
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
a, quote, guessing game as some people like to make it.
Years ago, I had a degree in psychology, and I wondered, do you want to go all the way through medical school just to then be able to practice psychiatry? And way back when, I'm not sure it did make a lot of sense to have to be a physician to be a psychiatrist. The big excitement these days is the evolving knowledge about the relationship between mind and brain, the understanding about how we are, in a sense, complicated pieces of machinery, how various abnormalities in brain as a physical entity can affect mental experience and be reflected in behavior. And being a physician and having that grounding is very important. A psychiatrist is no less a physician than a surgeon. I'll give you some other areas have a bit more in terms of technology. Some have a lot more. There are just as many uncertainties in some other areas. If someone has an abnormal glucose tolerance test, there are big debates whether that's diabetes or isn't it. And how often does it have to be abnormal before it's diabetes or isn't it? Sometimes it's crystal clear, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's very clear it's a paraphilia, sometimes it isn't. The differences between psychiatry and the rest of medicine,
And I was muted. Thanks for calling out, Jay.
made to the uninformed seem great,
But I was saying, put a beat on the back of this. Put a beat on the back of him rolling right now and tell me it wouldn't be fire. He's rolling right now. Killing it.
they're not nearly so great as I was afraid was being suggested.
Now, let's talk about different people in different professions. You got policemen, and they may become sergeants, detectives, captains, inspectors, chief. You got lawyers, judges, appellate judges, justices of the Supreme Court. You got doctors who practice family medicine, general surgeons, specific surgeons, to cardiovascular thoracic surgeons, to neurosurgeons. Let's talk about psychiatrists. Is forensic psychiatry like being a chief justice, or is it like being a chief of police? Where does it fit into the realm of things?
Well, again, how do I answer that? There's no requirement. In order to practice medicine, you have to be licensed by a particular state. In order to be, well, you could call yourself a psychiatrist, just as you could call yourself a surgeon if someone would let you operate.
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
because you're a licensed physician. But then there are certain specialties, if you really want to be considered legitimately a professional, where you have to get certified. I talked about that I'm certified as a specialist by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. Surgeons get certified by a comparable board in surgery. And maybe I was, I'm trying to be modest here, and maybe I went a bit too far here, but when you talk about forensic psychiatry, there is no formal requirement. There's no formal specialty of forensic psychiatry, the way psychiatry is a specialty in medicine. And so people that are drawn into the courtroom in the course of their work as a psychiatrist can rightfully call themselves a forensic psychiatrist. And I said I was trying to be modest, but I guarantee you, if you ask most of my colleagues whether they think Fred Berlin is one of the prominent forensic psychiatrists in the country, and I don't mean to boast, but I wanted to not mislead by being overly humble.
He's rapping. He's like, listen, bitch. You can ask anybody in my crew, any motherfucker in my crew, and they're going to tell you the same thing. I'm the baddest psychiatrist doing this shit today, son. I'm the baddest out.
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
Don't fuck with him. Don't fuck with him.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
I'm a bad. That's Dr. Berlin.
Say yes. Now, what I had said yesterday, there's one of the groups, I belong to the two major groups of forensic psychiatrists that have decided relatively recently that they want to certify people as having specialty. But it's very different from the formal boards that are sanctioned. It's just a small group of people that are trying to develop. And in fact, the American Psychiatric Association is debating whether or not they should make forensic psychiatry a subspecialty. As of now, it isn't. And so I simply said yesterday I didn't take that test. I don't think it's important. There's a lot of things out of my real area of expertise that I don't get into. But I can stand here, and nobody's going to be able to say it isn't true, that I am a forensic psychiatrist. I'm asked to write in the two major journals. I'm asked to review articles that they publish as an expert in forensic psychiatry to see whether or not they're acceptable. I don't mean to get worked up, but I kind of, I was trying not to be too boastful yesterday. It may have misled, and I'm certainly as much as a forensic psychiatrist as most others that call themselves that.
Now, the cancer concept that you told us about, the cancer of the mind, and you've explained that it isn't really a cancer as such. It was a term given to you. We all know that a cancer in the body left unchecked will be perhaps fatal. True?
Absolutely.
It grows. Mm-hmm. How about the concept of the cancer of the mind left unchecked? As a psychiatrist, what would you expect about that?
Well, the same thing, and that's why I thought it was a useful metaphor. In our society, we sometimes have the sense if you can't do an X-ray and show it, it isn't real. Depression is real, and people suffer with it, and they describe it, and we can see in their behavior it's reflected, and we as doctors try to deal with it. Mental disability, mental impairment is real in a variety of ways, and there's been so much misunderstanding. Advocates now try to make the point just because the doctors don't have an X-ray yet doesn't mean that mental impairment doesn't really happen. That's why I felt this metaphor of cancer of the mind was so useful. The mind, metaphorically speaking, can become broken or impaired in a variety of ways. Old people, where they become demented. We may on X-rays nowadays see that there's certain atrophy of the brain, but before we had those tests, they were still becoming demented, and psychiatrists saw it by seeing changes in personality, changes in intellectual level, changes in functioning. To say that those people, when they got older, were now choosing to misbehave would be to miss the reality that mental impairment is real. That's the point I'm trying to get across by using that metaphor.
Mr. McCann, yesterday in this, I don't know what you call these overlays or whatever they're called, quoted this statement about many psychiatrists, however, believe that psychiatric information, you know which one I'm talking about?
The one about whether the volitional prong of the insanity defense?
And then he brought in, because I asked him for the source, and it's been now marked as State's Exhibit number 29, and that was a overlay was 2, 4, 6, 7 sentences out of, or 7 lines out of this document, I think, that is 681 to 7 pages report. I'm going to ask you, is that shown to you so that you knew from whence it came, that Mr. McCann gave it to me, and that I in turn gave it to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now that is a What is that thing that you have in front of you? Are you familiar with that?
Well, it says American Psychiatric Association statement on the insanity defense, and it's by the Insanity Defense Work Group, and I am aware.
That might be the best murder church sermon. I like the way you're thinking, Shannon. Yeah, Dr. Berlin just gave the best murder church sermon from a trial that we've seen yet, I believe. I think you nailed it there. Yeah, he was throwing it the fuck down right now with knowledge. And while we've got it paused, Angel D just became a member, folks. Welcome to the Buzzed and Confused level of membership. I appreciate the hell out of that. And let's just boom.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Everybody in the chat, please, if you would. What do we do here? What do we do here? Give them the beers. Give them the beers, everybody. Give them the beers. Satisfying pour. Right there. Fill up the chat with the beers, and I'll give you 2 of these. I'm gonna give you a double. The old school, and you're gonna get the new school. And you're gonna bring a little biggie also.
Give me the loot.
And then I haven't even played it yet, but the new motto for Publicly Buzzed, period. Been playing it on Feral Fridays, but since Feral Friday did not happen Friday, I'm missing hearing it. A little Jim Leahy for you guys.
I'm sober enough to know what I'm doing, and I'm drunk enough to really enjoy doing it.
And we're getting there, folks. Noon 30 can't come soon enough at this point. It's headed that way. It's headed that way. We're at the brunch point right now. And mimosas maybe would be the way to go. Maybe you can start your day out with some coffee. I started out with the water, but then as we approach, after these, you kind of need a brewski, quite honestly. But yeah, Dr. Berlin, I'm going to miss him. He throws it down. And again, I think if you put a beat on him just rocking the house a minute ago, fire.
That there is a group appointed by the American Psychiatric Association to review their stance on the insanity defense. We all know that it's a very emotional type of defense. People have talked about it for a long time. In this state, the prong of volitional is there. So people have had differences of opinion. I can tell you my opinion if you ask. If you don't want me to, I won't. But I am aware of that.
It's a workshop, wasn't it?
It's a work. I mentioned I was on a certain group that the American Psychiatric Association had to help define the nature of the paraphilias. They have other groups to deal with other issues they think are important. So this is a group of psychiatrists that have come together to deal with this particular topic.
Obi Dank. I may do that, Laura. Yeah, I'm going to get a beat. And I'm going to put it over him being a straight badass, breaking it down.
What we're talking then about is academics sitting down, making their thoughts known as what they feel about certain other matters in the academia field.
Yeah, and that's the importance of academics. You don't just sit around and hope for the best. You try to make it better. You look at whether you're doing it as well as you could. That's, to me, an exciting aspect of academics.
I don't mean to belabor the point, but you know, certain words seem to give them a great import, and the word forensic sounds like if you're one of those, you're really brilliant. What's forensic mean?
That's why I didn't want to play it up. It just makes the point that there's an interfacing at times between medicine and law. It can be the medical specialty of psychiatry and law, and that's all that we're talking about here. It doesn't mean anything more complicated than that.
Assume that the court system says or finds that it is necessary because of human beings and their misconduct to have somebody who is a trained psychiatrist present to talk to people when need be by the court or by their lawyers to find out whether or not they're competent to stand trial, whether or not they understand what's going on, whether or not they're suffering from a psychiatric problem. And assume that the court appoints a psychiatrist and then ask that psychiatrist to look at a certain person and report his finding or her finding to the court. That person then would be called a forensic psychiatrist, correct?
They can be. I told you I've been asked to lecture judges, colleges of judges, and when I'm doing that about my area and talking to the judges because they've asked me to come and do it, I'm being a forensic psychiatrist.
Let's talk about a pathologist. A person is in the hospital and he's suffering from a disease, and they take biopsies of certain organs or parts of the body, and they send them down to the pathology lab, correct?
That's correct.
And then that pathologist does a study of those organs and disease and reports back to the treating physician that it looks like your client or your patient has lung cancer because these biopsy shows presence of cancer cells. That's what a pathologist does, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's assume that while that same patient is in a hospital, somebody comes in and shoots the patient, and they're taken over to the medical examiner's office, and a pathologist does a complete study of the body and reports back that that person died as a result of the gunshot wound. That person then, if called upon to testify, would be a forensic pathologist.
At that point, he would be functioning in the role of forensics pathologist. But to be fair, if he had only done it on that one occasion, he probably wouldn't call himself that. On the other hand, if his work tended to bring him fairly often into the court, as mine does, for example, then he'd probably say, yeah, I'm a pathologist, but I'm also comfortable saying I'm also a forensic pathologist.
So it isn't like being a judge or...
It isn't that you need, I can't say that I'm a board-certified psychiatrist if someone doesn't certify me.
You mean board certified? You are board certified.
Yes, I said if I didn't, most people would really be worried if I was just putting out a shingle after I completed my internship and saying I'm a psychiatrist. There, you really need to have the board certification, in my opinion, to do it. I said technically you could do it. There's not a law against doing it, but that really would be something you ought not to do. That is not comparable to what we have when it comes to forensic psychiatry. It is not. It may become. I don't want to mislead you. There's talk about whether they should make forensic psychiatry an official subdivision that psychiatrists can become certified in, but as of now, that doesn't exist.
I'm satisfied we covered.
All right, then that's fine.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. There was some question about the amount of time you spent here. All right?
Yes, sir, there was.
Did you spend all of your time talking to Jeffrey Dahmer to try and determine whether or not he was suffering from necrophilia?
Listen, I wanted to be sure to talk to him about that, but, this wasn't a tough call. I can't imagine it would take a skilled psychiatrist in this area to need hours to come to that conclusion. I'd read, as I said ahead of time, the confession. I knew he was using terms in there about urges and fantasies, exact words about compulsions. I had descriptions of all sorts of, again, I apologize, but disgusting sexual acts with corpses and so on. There's a high index of suspicion what we're dealing with. So just in terms of the issue of does he qualify for a diagnosis of necrophilia, there's other things I needed to do, but that part of it wasn't likely to require hours and hours, and indeed it didn't take long once I got into seeing him to be persuaded that indeed he has necrophilia. So that was not going to take a long time, that part of it.
What part was taking whatever time you decided to remain?
Well, the other important issue was whether, as a result of that, he lacked substantial capacity. Now, again, even there, there was I needed to talk to him, obviously, but there was a lot of other things I had looked at. I talked before about the time when he'd brought the young Laotian boy in. There was a body on the floor. It was almost like the policeman was there. Everybody saw where he went. I won't go through that litany again, but, I kind of, in that example, when I used it earlier, was that evidence of someone in control or out of control? I made the point, looking at it all, he sure seemed out of control to me. But I had to address that, so that took some time. But again, with all the evidence available, I was feeling pretty comfortable that this, particularly towards the end, looked very much like someone out of control. The tougher parts were that I wanted to be sure I wasn't missing anything, and there are other diseases. I made the point I have to make a differential diagnosis. It wasn't clear to me, for example, whether he had schizophrenia or delusions. I knew he was watching various movies. He was talking about building this shrine. I became aware of that, and talking about whether in the presence of all these bodies and having this awful scene of a head in an aquarium in the middle, he was sort of going to get some power. And that sounds, in layman's terms, really crazy. Is there some other mental disorder? And I really had to go quickly at that and spend some time, not necessarily in writing notes, but trying to ask questions and think about it and reflect on it as to what was there. I asked even for some additional information on that, and even as late as the day before I started testifying, wanted to again make absolutely sure I hadn't missed anything. So these were the sorts of things. If I'd have needed more time for anything else, believe me, I've come back. I wouldn't have come back to make it look good. I'm not going to just, the substance is important. But if I hadn't been able to satisfy myself and thought I needed more time, I would have taken it, and I have spent, I don't put time clocks on, I don't know, but hours and hours and hours of time, and I am persuaded I spent sufficient time with him to do what I needed to do. If I want to publish scholarly papers sometime about him, I'd come back and there'd be more things I need to know. But I don't need to know that to answer the questions that I was needing to address.
You were here on the 12th. What were you in town for?
I'd been invited to come and talk, I guess as an expert in forensics, to a group of attorneys about my area so that they could become more informed. I believe it was the Wisconsin or Milwaukee Public Defenders. I've forgotten the exact name, but it was a group of attorneys who'd asked me to come and talk about the topic.
It was a very large convention, was it not?
Yes, sir. There were, again, I didn't count, but there must have been numbers of hundreds of people.
You were also in town after meeting with Jeffrey Dahmer. You didn't just get on an airplane and leave. You were around for a while, weren't you?
Well, actually, that time I'd driven. My dad, in the midst of this, had some heart surgery, and thank goodness he's okay, but I'd actually driven and stopped later in Pittsburgh. But I would have stayed longer if I had to, if that's where you're going with this.
And you spent a lot of time with me and my staff.
Yes, and you'd come to Baltimore on a number of occasions. There was information I wanted from you, and again, to set the record straight, and I have great respect for the prosecutor. He's doing his job, but the idea that somehow you were misleading me, I did want to correct that. You would get information I was interested in. One of your experts concluded something I didn't, and I wasn't willing to conclude it just because someone else did. You were very, very much being objective. At no time did I get the sense that you were trying to manipulate.
Object to this self-serving.
Well, I wanted to spread the record straight on Mr. Boyle. Because
Let's have the next question.
Sure. Doctor, was your non-appearance in coming back and talking to Mr. Dahmer on additional occasions because of the money situation?
Absolutely. I had told you ahead of time if I need to come back, I would. I did spend a little bit of extra time with him the night before. Listen, everyone's going to be watching me here. I don't want to make a fool out of myself. I'm not going to be underprepared in a situation like this.
That's fine, Doctor. I had it cleared up because it was asked.
Okay.
I'd like you to, if you would, just briefly, if you can, there has been this use of the word preferred all the time. Mr. Dahmer preferring this, preferring that. You don't like that word prefer.
No. And
Tell us what your explanation is as to where you quarrel with the concept of this preferring business when you start talking about these kind of psychiatric conditions.
Well, I made the point that the DSM-2 and so on used the word prefer with the paraphilies, and it was taken out because it suggests more choice than really ought to be suggested. But let me go beyond that, if I may. Why didn't I say to Mr. Dahmer, does he prefer this or prefer that? Well, I didn't ask Mr. Dahmer whether he prefers men over women. It was obvious. I did ask him whether he is attracted at all to women, because I didn't know that, but I didn't have to ask him, does he prefer men or women? It was obvious. I mean, even Sigmund Freud once said sometimes a cigar is a cigar and it doesn't represent anything more. I didn't ask Mr. Dahmer, do you prefer young males versus older males? Because it was obvious that Mr. Dahmer prefers young males rather than older males. I did ask Mr. Dahmer to tell me the age range of males that were appealing to him. I could go on and on in this way, but I want to keep it short. I did not use the words with Mr. Dahmer, did you prefer to have sex with people who were dead versus alive? Because it was obvious. He had people there. There were ways he could have restrained them and kept them for days, I would suspect, if he wanted to, without letting them go, and continue to have sex with them, either forcefully or persuading them if they were alive. It was obvious that he preferred to have sex with people dead rather than alive. I did, however, ask him to talk to me about what it was arousing for him, what it was about people who were alive. I did find out that he isn't even able to climax most of the time if he is relating to a live person. So I asked what I believe are the relevant questions, but the word prefer, if Mr. Dahmer had said to me, Doctor, I prefer live people, I mean, I wouldn't have bought that for a minute. How helpful would it have been for me to ask him that question?
Okay. Now, Doctor, there's been a lot of discussion here relative to these experimentations of Mr. Dahmer wanting to perform lobotomies that is destroying the intellectual portion of the brain, so as to create a zombie-like person that he could use for his purposes as some measure of his not necessarily being a necrophiliac. Can anyone that you know of without great medical training perform the kind of experimentation that Mr. Dahmer started involving himself in to create a zombie-like person in the manner and form in which he...
When I was younger, you know, in high school, when I really honestly got into serial killers and, you know, reading about true crime in general, the Dahmer stuff, him trying to turn people into zombies with pouring the acid in the head and drilling into the head was one of the most craziest, I mean, what the word you want to use, science fiction vibe from it, you know, and I was always into horror movies and stuff, and I'll never forget, like, just reading about that for the first time in high school and just having my mind blown to being like, this guy was trying to turn people into fucking zombies. Like, he wanted to control them even after death, right? Like, that's fucking nuts. Like, even just saying that out loud doesn't sound real, doesn't sound like reality. But here we are in this trial being brought straight up. This man wanted to make fucking sex acid zombies.
He tried to do it in his apartment using the type of instrumentalities that he used.
Well, again, the answer to your question is obvious. Of course not.
Now, if assume that a person came to you and said, what I am doing in my house is using my children for experimental purposes, and I want to create them into something other than what they are intelligence-wise by destroying their frontal lobe, and what I am doing is drilling holes in their head and pouring liquid down there to destroy their intellectual functioning, what would you think about a person that would come to you and tell you that he was doing that kind of experimentation when he told you that his object is to keep them alive and create zombies? What would you think of that?
Well, again, it's obvious. I'd need to be taking a very close look at whether or not they're mentally ill. Everybody would have a very high index of suspicion that they probably are, and then I'd set about what we talked about earlier, the business of differential diagnosis, to try to get a clearer and more sophisticated sense of what it was I was dealing with.
A person who attempts to do that, under my assumption, is there any way that that person whose brain is drilled by a drill and liquid is poured into it, what's the chance of that person surviving in life?
Well, if they got immediate medical attention, depends what was poured in, but obviously that's a very life-threatening kind of a thing to do.
Have you ever, in the history of your course as a psychiatrist, run across a human being who tried to perform homemade lobotomies to create sexual objects?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of it?
No, sir.
Now, have you had occasion in the last 24 hours to reread the discussion that you came up with yesterday by a Dr. Resnick concerning necrophiliacs?
I glanced again at a paper by Dr. Resnick. Again, you'll excuse the volume here, but I think I have a copy here somewhere if you're going to ask me about it. Yes, sir. It's called Sexual Attraction to Corpses, a Psychiatric Review of Necrophilia.
Who's wrote it?
One of the authors I know myself well, Phil Resnick. The second doctor, they're both physicians, MDs, Jonathan Roseman. I don't know.
Are they psychiatrists?
I know, as I said, I don't know Dr. Rossman or Roseman. Dr. Resnick is certainly a psychiatrist. If it's important, it may say here, but I'm not sure whether Dr. Roseman, it says he's in the Department of Psychiatry. So
when was that written, that article?
Oh, goodness, it's published in the Bulletin of the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law in 1989.
89?
Yes, sir.
Does it list the study base of what the doctor's findings were?
Well, it's an attempt to review the world literature. I think I did remember correctly yesterday that it was 122 cases that they were able to identify throughout the world. I think that's the number I'd given, and it breaks it down into various categories. Necrophilic homicide was one, well, that's probably the most relevant one. It talked about what they refer to as regular necrophilia, which had to do with the subgroup of necrophiles who seemed to be able to have sex with corpses without the homicide, and there was an area of necrophilic fantasy also. So those are some of the subdivisions and the essence of what this is about.
Are you able to tell us how many necrophilic homicides the study indicated there were?
Well, I wouldn't have remembered that offhand, but what it lists here, and again, not to misrepresent, it's the world literature. Sometimes they couldn't be sure. If they couldn't be, they tried to be careful and not misclassify. So where they could really pin it down, it got all the way down to a small number of, and it probably is small, thank God, but it's 14 people they list here under the subtype of necrophilic homicide.
And it also indicates that some of those were mentally ill and some were found.
Yeah, there's charts, and it talks about whether some of them had psychosis, so whether male versus female, the average age. Again, I don't know, we've gone a long way. I can read it out, but it gives that kind of information.
So what we're talking about in this courtroom, if and assume that Mr. Dahmer was in fact a necrophilic homicidal person, without getting into the issue of whether he was suffering from mental illness or not, he is part of a database that you are aware of that numbers 14.
Yes, that is correct, and this was, as I said, an attempt to be exhaustive. They didn't even go only with published studies. Usually people don't include unpublished, but they made an effort to get access to all of the literature they could find with respect to necrophilia as a disorder.
I'm about to conclude, Doctor. What I would like to do, if I could, is just to, I take it your notes are written like most doctors' notes, scribbled?
Well, again, I apologize.
No, just answer that.
Don't quibble about my scribble, bud.
Yeah, I did. They were for me. If someone had told me I was to do something more,
Right now.
I would have been glad to, but I wrote them in case I needed to jog my memory. I wasn't expecting them to.
And when I told you that I wanted them to turn over, you gave them to me.
Yes, I've given everything I've been asked to give at all times.
Just wait a second.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. McCann?
Motherfucker coming in, he's coming in to set this thing up one more time. Round 3. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
Doctor, in terms of the forensic aspect of it, the fact is you have never before testified on responsibility in a murder case. Is that true?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
The fact is that you've only testified 7 to 9 times on the issue of responsibility.
It's like, and I will go all night long. We'll go into another day. I don't care. Edward McCain has been grilling Berlin for, I guess we've done, well, I was about to say, I don't even know how many hours. I think it's about 6 hours, actually. Like, Jesus Christ, let this man take a breather. Again, this is about the end. We got 17 minutes left of Dr. Berlin. I am going to miss him. He's been absolutely extraordinary, honestly.
Anywhere in the United States. Is that true?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Doctor, if I were to tell you that an experienced forensic psychiatrist would know that there would be a question about notes and there would be a demand for production of notes, would you accept that as a fact?
I'm certainly not going to call you a liar, so please don't misunderstand, but I haven't testified in that way in court a lot. I've testified many times, and nobody had ever asked me for my handwritten notes before, so that's the only way I can respond to your...
Doctor, you testified in the Ross case, did you not?
Yes, sir.
You got into a hell of a row over your notes because you wouldn't produce them down in the public defender's office and so on. Wasn't there a dispute in that case?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
In the case where the prosecutor...
So which case? Was it Kirk or Ross? Let me make sure I've heard you.
The Ross case in Connecticut.
I sent everything that I was asked for. The prosecutor made a big deal, I think, I wasn't there, that there should have been more, but I have never refused to forward anything I've been asked to forward. In fact, if I thought I was going to exclude myself by not forwarding, why would I want to do that?
Well, so that you anticipated that your notes, there would be a request by the prosecutor to forward your notes?
No, sir, I did not anticipate that, but when I was told they were wanted and Mr. Boyle said send them to me, I sent them immediately. If I had been asked to do more with them, I would have done more.
If you had been experienced, sir, in terms of testifying in murder cases, you would certainly know that the prosecutor
If you
would
want
want your
to
notes.
consider me inexperienced on that basis, I'll give it to you.
In terms of the there are forensic fellowships, are there not?
I'm gonna have to put on a referee shirt here in a minute. This just turned in. Dan is missing this. I don't know. I mean, we've talked about it on shows before, but Dan is a fight fan. He's a UFC fan, so he's missing this one. Next week, which I'd have known about this, I would have worn a ref shirt.
Not.
Yes, sir, I teach forensic fellows.
And that is to extend on. You did not go to such a fellowship yourself, is that true?
No, but I teach them.
And do you run the fellowship program in forensics?
No, but I'm very good friends with Dr. Rappaport, who does. I've been asked to be the one to come in and teach on many, many occasions.
Have you ever been asked to run the forensics program?
No, sir, I have not.
Because you're not qualified to run the forensic program.
I
Isn't that
wouldn't
true, sir?
know. Listen, again, I'm not trying to boast, but I suspect there's some programs like that that would be delighted to have me.
There may be, doctor, but in terms you have not been invited.
I have not. There's lots of things I haven't been asked to do. That's one of them.
Those that know you best have not invited you to head the forensic program. Is that true?
I'm going to object to the form of that question. That's a little insulting.
Well, I just...
Those who know you best.
No, that's true, isn't it?
Wait.
Yeah.
I think it's argument.
I mean, yeah, he is kind of just coming after the man, right?
I'm telling you like it is, baby.
Wow.
And I also think it's repetitious.
Fine.
Established. Let's go on to something else.
Doctor, would you look to that exhibit, the American Psychiatric Association statement?
Yes, sir.
You say that's just...
Yes, sir. He's done. You're almost there, bud. You're almost there, Dr. Berlin. I'd like to have Dr. Berlin on here just to really... He might not want to relive it. Like I said, he might be like, no, I never, ever.
It's a statement of a working...
It'd be interesting to get his take on it, 30 years later, 30 plus years later.
group.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking about this published paper. If you could hang on one second. Well, I said what I think I said. I hope I'm not correct. I said that my understanding is that this Insanity Defense Work Group is a group of the APA that's addressing the issue. That's what I think it is.
Would you read the first footnote on the left?
If you're talking about the very bottom here, because it's
Yes.
a Xerox and it's difficult, but I'll try to get through it.
The defense, not the defense attorney, the dude from the state is amazing as well. No, they're fighting and he's being insulting, but that's his job, right? He's trying to let people know, basically, like, this guy's full of shit, or from his perspective, why he's full of shit, and I'm going to prove it. Like, he's done an awesome job as well.
This statement was approved by the Assembly of District Branches of the American Psychiatric Association in October of '82, by the Board of Trustees in December '82. The Insanity Defense Work Group involved the following: Warren Roth oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to read all the names? The first
All the names aren't
name
necessary.
is Lauren Roth.
The
Okay.
fact is that this is a statement of the American Psychiatric Association Board of Trustees, is it not?
Well, it was approved by them, and I'm not sure I addressed that issue. What I said was that this group was a group appointed by that board, but I was not aware they'd approved it, so if you're asking if I knew that, I didn't realize that.
It's clear you didn't. The fact is that it is an approved statement by the Board of Trustees, is it not?
It's clear that that is their opinion. I don't agree with it, but it's clear that's their opinion.
Would you not think that persons who were active in forensic psychiatry would be knowledgeable about the basic position on the insanity issue in their association?
I'm not clear that many would be, and the opinion of the group is not so important as whether or not I can decide whether a given individual applies to the category as defined in a particular statute.
Dr. Spitzer, who's mentioned in that group, is he the gentleman who headed the DSM-3R effort?
Yes, Robert Spitzer, and I know him quite well.
In terms of psychiatry as a science, there is disagreement, is there not? I don't want to be repetitious, but even on the area of whether paraphilia is a disease or not.
Well, again, the term disease simply isn't used officially. The word disorder is used, but I have told you I believe there are differences of opinion about the word disease.
In terms of seeing paraphilia as a disease that meets the posture of the ALI, as a matter of fact, you know Dr. Resnick doesn't believe that paraphilias are such a disease, does he?
That's correct. We've been in many debates, and he looks at this very differently.
In other words, the author that you've been talking about that studied the psychiatric review of necrophilia believes that the defense you're presenting is not a defense in terms of the ALI rule.
Right.
I'm going to object to the form of that question unless Dr. Resnick is going to come into this courtroom, make that statement, and be subjected to cross-examination.
It's repetitious. He's already answered. Could I have the last
Well,
question?
then I move it be stricken and the judge instruct the jury to disregard it.
Disregard the question. Whatever answers were given before is part of the record.
But the court has the discretion, in view of my objection, if it's proper, to inform the jury, because unless it's shown that Dr. Resnick is going to be a witness here to tell him to disregard it. And move that it be stricken, Judge.
If it please the court.
I am not going to reach back in the record and try to correct something that's happened before. I will deal with the thing that's in front of the court right now, which is Mr. McCann's question. The question, I gather, really is withdrawn. I will instruct the jury to disregard that question.
That's
I will
fine.
withdraw the question. The same doctor that you talked about, whose opinion you quoted on the ALA, is the author of the study on necrophilia. Is that correct?
He is that author. That's correct.
In terms of the, as you know, their psychiatrists disagree on Mr. Dahmer, do they not?
Yes.
The difficulty isn't establishing in the necrophilia, is it? The issue is control. Wouldn't that be true? The doctors are going to say, yes, he has necrophilia.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by control. The issue, according to the statute, is whether, as a result of a disease, he lacks substantial capacity. That's the issue.
And that's the issue. It isn't just establishing. When you say it didn't take you long to establish the necrophilia, what took the issue, what takes long and exact scrutiny to which it was submitted by the psychiatrist for the state, was the issue of conformity. Was it not?
Yes, and I indicated that was clearly a major issue.
And that's the issue that you spent, you didn't bother to ask him about all the cases. You made your decision without hearing all the facts.
Excuse me, I went through all the cases. I showed you that I used this outline in order to do that, and I also said that I felt I had spent sufficient time with him to address that issue, and I'd spent many, many hours getting other information that was also relevant to it.
And you felt that spending some less than 15 minutes an incident was sufficient to review his position on the particular case.
I am
Wait, please.
He's been hammering him with this time in every one of these clips, every time he gets to talk to him.
This is improper redirect, and it's repetitious. I think this point has been made.
It is repetitious. This is the main thing. I mean, I guess he's trying to hammer this into the, excuse me, the jury's head, but good Lord.
It wasn't gone into on redirect, so it's improper recross, and I object to it.
No, he went into how long he spent on it, how much time he needed.
Dahmer does look checked out. He's just like...
Rule is, I make my objection at court rules, and that's what I've done.
Okay. Objection's overruled.
Okay, I'm sorry, the question again?
You spent, if we take the 17 homicides...
Free my man! Free Berlin! Come on now!
Starting with Hicks through Tuomi, if we take what we all, I think, agree are critical situations...
Though I will miss him.
The Flowers incident at the home, the 13-year-old boy at his apartment in September, and the LP incident where the individual left, that's 20 incidences that I assume would need some serious scrutiny in assessing his degree of conformity. Would you disagree with that?
Yeah, I would, because if I was trying to decide if someone was a drug addict, I wouldn't have to ask them in detail at a certain point about every single time they actually shut up to persuade myself. And this is an artificial thing to say, well, divide it up into minutes and figure out how many minutes you spent on this. The whole thing in its totality was intended to answer particular questions. I'm satisfied satisfied, I answer them. If people feel unsatisfied with the answer, they can respond accordingly. But to make it this artificial thing of 15 minutes was on this guy and that helped him answer this, and that's not the way of the real world.
Doctor, you know that addiction is a physical problem, do you not?
Fine, physical addiction. Hand washing. I don't know to need to know everything about every time they wash their hand to decide that
Whoosh.
they've got the disorder and to make a decision that they're probably so badly impaired by it that I think such and such.
All right, doctor, he isn't doing it every day like the woman, every day that he works, every evening. It isn't being done with that type of compulsiveness, is it not?
There are people that don't do it every day. It varies.
Doctor, he killed these men.
I'm going to object to counsel one.
He killed these men for pleasure, didn't he? You told Mr.
Wow, he's done, dude. For real though, at some point, this big guy, I'm worried about the psyche of Dr. Berlin at this point. Let this man have a breather. It's brutal.
Boyle was pleasure and excitement.
He received excitement and pleasure, not from the killing, but in the ways that I've described here.
He did it, the slaying, didn't enjoy the slaying, but he did the slaying for his own pleasure and his own excitement, did he not?
He was experiencing pleasure and excitement from those acts, yes.
You chose, in terms of use of the word prefer, our doctors, or a doctor can very well collect information as you did, what did he do with the bodies and so on, and also ask the question, what do you prefer? You chose only to collect the information and not to ask the question. Would that be accurate?
Well, I've explained what I've done. I'm certainly not criticizing any of your doctors. I know one of your doctors well. He's a fine doctor. So I've described why I did what I did. Your doctor asked that question. I think he's a good doctor. I hope I've answered that.
And a person that conducts an examination of this sort should certainly secure as much information as possible and then weigh and compare, sift through that.
And so far, this has been the battle. I mean, we're in our infancy here. At Murder Church on Publicly Buzzed. This is week 5, but yeah, this has been the battle so far. McCain and Berlin is going to go down in the history books as of right now.
Evidence, perhaps evaluate what's true and what isn't, and reach a conclusion. Certainly in science, the more information generally makes for the better judgment, does it not?
It certainly does, but asking that question wouldn't have been necessary. I'm repeating myself, but I want to make that clear.
In terms of a drilling, a person might think that one person that would drill another is psychotic. You know, you examine this man and he was not psychotic. Is that correct?
Well, again, you're mixing what persons would think who are lay persons with, medical terms. Just because they'd use crazy. I mean, just because everyone thinks he's crazy doesn't mean he isn't crazy. Most people would probably say, if you wanted to ask me what the guy on the street would say, they'd say he's crazy. I need to do something beyond that. And so I try to look at, does he have a specific disease? Does that disease impair him? What is that disease? And so I looked through the differential diagnosis. I didn't think it was schizophrenia. I do think it's necrophilia.
He is not psychotic, is he?
No, that's what I said.
Right. And the average person on the street wouldn't have all the information that a jury would have, would they? And they wouldn't be qualified to give an opinion without all that information? Or did you read the newspapers yourself and decide that he must be crazy and come out here with your decision already
Well, first of all, I'd been sent the newspapers, but that's the one thing I didn't read because I didn't think that was something that would be important. I've been sent books, and I didn't read those that had been written. I didn't want to base my opinion on that.
By what you read in the newspaper, when you heard the first reports, did you go, by the way, on any show to talk about this?
People have contacted me, media, even up to yesterday and so on. I think it's inappropriate to be discussing this while it's before the courts. Once I'm finished testifying, I'll think about what to do, but I have refused every request that's been made since I learned that.
Berlin's a good dude, man. This guy's awesome. Couple more minutes with
this case.
Right. Did you appear on any shows before you became involved in the case?
I've appeared on many shows, but I did not appear on any shows discussing this matter.
All right. In terms of the individuals, Mr. Dahmer, and let's talk in terms of general personality traits, Mr. Dahmer did not have strong feelings for the people that he killed, did he?
Well, he had strong feelings, but I think you're getting at empathy, I presume. And
Yes.
and there he was lacking. In fact, I got into the fact with him that he could empathize in other ways, that if it
Interesting enough, and this is how I Googled it, I'm going to show you guys as well. Mandy in chat asks, was there cordless power drills? Did they have cordless drills back then? Can't see it. 1961, to my surprise. That's super early. In 1961, Black & Decker, you're going to learn something on Murder Church today, invented cordless power tools. Brian Hoy, who worked as a general contractor for over 30 years, found the convenience of these tools to be among the best technological changes in the industry, especially for smaller jobs. And if you look close, there's a review from Jeffrey Dahmer himself thanking Brian Hoy. And that was interesting, though. While we're paused here, CR coming through with the $3 super chat. Thank you so much. Always coming through. That's absolutely amazing.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
I'm a bad. One more time.
Give me the loot.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give you the other one as well. Also, beer. Shit, have a beer. How the hell wouldn't you have a beer with us as well? It's an almost noon. Why not? Couple more minutes left with Dr. Berlin as he's going to finish this out, and then we're going to keep on rolling, folks. Keep hanging out for a little bit more Murder Church. We're going to go for a few more hours here. Yeah, appreciate everybody for hanging out. Thank y'all so much.
was a girl there and he had thoughts of killing them, that lots of empathy would raise up, but in the focused area of the necrophilia, it didn't. So he had very strong feelings, but he was not able to empathize in terms of the necrophilic part of things.
You've examined hundreds of documents, have you not, about Mr. Dahmer? Going back...
A little bit of extra there with Stevie coming through. Stevie Irwin, 1961 was invention of cordless drills. In 1980 was when they hit the mainstream. Dahmer's took place 78 to 91. He was right in there.
Studies...
He probably had a cordless power drill.
Extensive study by...
Add a little bit more to this horrible vision of the acid zombies.
The Bath, Ohio Police Department. Did you get those documents?
Yes, sir, I did.
And police interviews?
Yes, sir.
A broad range, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you find many acts of kindness in there by Mr. Dahmer at all?
Well, now, with all due respect, this is improper recross. I didn't get into kindness.
About what the drilling was?
I'll withdraw it. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, gosh, many acts of kindness. He had his friends. Some of them spoke of him in a reasonably positive way. Others didn't. But I didn't see something that, stands out that said, gee, this seems like a very kind guy. I also, by the way, if you looked at the other side, didn't think there was anything that stood out that said, gee, he's a really unkind guy in terms of what those people were saying about him back at that time.
Would you describe him basically as a narcissistic person interested in his own pleasure?
He's described himself that way. Certainly, he was getting pleasure, as I've said, in relationship to this. I'm being careful because narcissism is a diagnosis, a personality diagnosis, and I didn't make that. But in layman's terms, was much of this to give him self-gratification? In that sense, I'd say yes.
That's all.
No questions.
You may step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Wow. Holy shit. You may step down, sir. Free our man, Dr. Fred Berlin. I really am going to try to contact this gentleman. He's 81 years old. He's still active. He still works. Even for John Hopkins. If you do a little Googling, you'll see that. I'm going to see if he probably won't, quite honestly. He's going to make a show called Publicly Buzzed. Well, we'll see. It would be awesome. But yeah, free this motherfucker, man. He's been going for ever at this point in time. Yeah, everyone, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the hell out of it. Everyone that's coming through and keeps coming through, all the new folks coming through, appreciate it. Please, if you're not subbed up, please hit that subscribe button, hit the three little dots on the side, make sure all notifications are clicked. And that helps you get all of our content. I post all the time in the community. I post a lot of videos. I posted 3 videos yesterday on some of this new Idaho Brian Koberger stuff. Go check those out. And yeah, it was actually Dan appeared on Dago's show Friday night. I had to cancel Feral Friday, unfortunately, because my dog was not feeling so well. Had to take care of that. But yeah, he was on there. He put in a lot of awesome knowledge. He was dropping knowledge is what the fuck he was doing on Dago's show on Friday night. And I broke out some clips to show that off. So please go show some love on that as well, guys. And yeah, Murder Church is going to keep on rolling through. I am going to go and get a drink. I may go ahead and get, Beer 30 is going to come maybe 30 minutes earlier as we hit the noon hour here on the East Coast. I know everybody's watching from all around, whether it's the West Coast or in Australia or in the UK, wherever the hell you are. Thank you so much for hanging out and being here. Appreciate it. Please hit that like if you have not. That really helps us out in the algorithm, and share this out to your communities on Twitter, on Facebook. Yeah, let's keep rolling. Yeah, in the meantime, check out this dank ass fucking Murder Church stinger that I made.
We'll return after these messages.
Yes, and we're going to keep rolling. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Next on the stand is Dr. Judith Becker. Dr. Judith Becker, let's see, psychologist Dr. Judith Becker takes the stand. Her clinical research has focused on both adolescent and adult sex offenders, as well as victims of sexual abuse and aggression. So yeah, we're going to start out with that. I'm going to go ahead and get this rolling. I'm going to watch a little bit of the early, because at the beginning, they were going to be getting, she's an expert, going to be breaking it down. I'd imagine it's going to go for a while, and her testimony goes for a long time. This video alone is an hour 23. Buckle up, strap in. I'll be back with a beer. Thank you guys so much.
Tucson, Arizona.
And what is your profession or occupation?
I am a clinical psychologist, and I am a professor of psychiatry and psychology at the University of Arizona, and I'm in the psychiatry department there.
Doctor, would you be kind enough to pull a microphone down so it's about at your chin level? That's fine.
Okay.
Good. If you need water or anything, just let us know and we'll bring it up to you.
Okay.
You are a clinical psychologist.
Yes, I am.
And tell us what a clinical psychologist is, please.
A psychologist is a person who studies human behavior and studies the mind. A clinical psychologist is an individual who works with people, does evaluations, treats people, and oftentimes also does research with individuals.
Now, what degrees do you hold in the field of psychology?
Murder Church ain't always in the morning. That's what we're learning here. Murder Church can be any time of the day, all across the world.
I hold a bachelor's degree in psychology, a Master of Science degree in psychology, and a PhD in psychology. Well, it's a Doctor of Philosophy in psychology.
I'm going to go through what is called a curriculum vitae, and that is really an educational story of your life, right?
Yes.
But I've got to get them here for me to look at. Doctor, where did you receive your first degree, and from what institution after you graduated from high school?
I received my bachelor's degree from Gonzaga University in the state of Washington.
And what kind of an institution is that?
It's a small Jesuit university.
When you graduated from there in what year?
1966.
And subsequent to there, where did you go to school?
To Eastern Washington State College, which also is in the state of Washington.
And what kind of a degree, and in what year did you get that degree?
It was a degree in clinical psychology, and that was in 1968.
Subsequent to graduating from that institution in 1968 with your master's in clinical psychology, where did you go then?
Well, then I worked for a period of years in New Jersey for a school system.
As a clinical psychologist?
As a psychologist, right. I was a school psychologist then.
And then what did you do?
And then I returned to get my doctoral degree.
When you say your doctoral degree, you mean a Doctor of Philosophy?
My PhD, that's correct.
And where did you go to school, and when did you get that degree?
I went to the University of Southern Mississippi, and then in order to get a degree in clinical psychology, there's a requirement that you do an internship. And I did my internship at the University of Mississippi Medical School in the psychiatry department.
What states are you licensed to practice your profession in, please?
I'm licensed in the state of Arizona, in New Jersey, in Tennessee, and I was licensed in New York. However, I have my license on inactive status right now.
Now, starting from the time that you left the school where you got your master's in clinical psychology. Will you tell us what professional experience and academic appointments you've had?
Right. After I received my doctorate, I was then employed by the University of Mississippi Medical School in the Department of Psychiatry, and I was employed as a lecturer in the department. I then received an invitation to join the faculty of the University of Tennessee Medical School, where I was an assistant professor in the psychiatry department, and I was there for 3 years. Then the College of Physicians and Surgeons at Columbia University extended an invitation to me to join their faculty. And I was initially an associate professor and then became a full professor at that university. I also ran a clinic at the New York State Psychiatric Institute. Subsequently, I was offered a position at the University of Arizona, and I've been there for the past 13 or 14 months.
Okay. Now, I would like to know what your professional experiences have been other than as in the academic area. In other words, what professional experience have you had? You were teaching assistant at the University of Mississippi.
Oh, yes, I have. I've taught. I have co-directed or directed clinics in the both the victimization area as well as the sex offender and paraphilia area. I've written on this topic, and I've given numerous lectures and talks.
Have you been affiliated with any courts in the 70s, either in Mississippi or elsewhere, as a psychologist consultant?
I did some, I consulted at the Harrison County Family Court in Gulfport, Mississippi, while I was working on my PhD.
What are your major research interests, Dr. Becker?
My major research interests are in the area of sexual disorders, sexual aggression, also the area of victimization, and the area of cognitive behavior therapy.
Would you tell us what cognitive behavior therapy is,
yes.
please?
It's a form of therapy in which one focuses on the beliefs of an individual and also on their behavior to attempt to bring about change, whether it's a change in thinking or an actual behavioral change.
Have you been, in the course of the years, given any awards for anything relative to your field of studies?
A number of years ago when I was in New York, I received the New York State Mental Health Award for the research that I had done with sex offenders.
Have you been the recipient of any awards by the American Society of Journalists?
Yes, I received an award for the American Society, from the American Society of Journalists and Authors because of some work that I had done on the U.S. Attorney General's Commission on Pornography.
Doctor, I'd like to ask you about committees that you have been involved in, and I would like, even though they're numerous, I think they're important. Would you please read from your vitae those committees that you have served on, and we'll move along then at that.
Sure. At present, I'm on the American Psychological Association's Commission on Violence and Youth. I was a member of the American Psychological Association's working group on the treatment of child abuse and neglect. I serve on the Ethics Committee of the Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abusers. I'm on the advisory board for the annual review of sex research. I co-chaired the Institutional Review Board at the New York State Psychiatric Institute from 1988 to 1990. I was on the board of directors of the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children from 1986 to 1990. I was on the advisory board for the National Task Force of the creation of standards for the assessment and treatment of juvenile sex offenders. Did you want me to go on? Or?
Yes, please.
I was on the New York City Task Force Against Sexual Assault. I was a commissioner on the United States Attorney General's Commission on Pornography. I was a member of the American Psychiatric Association work group to revise DSM-3 in the area of psychosocial disorders. I was a member of the Criminal and Violent Behavior Review Committee for the National Institutes of Mental Health from 1982 to 1986. I was state chairperson of the American Association of Sex Educators, Counselors, and Therapists in the state of Tennessee for 1978. I was on the board of directors of the Spouse Abuse Task Force in the state of Tennessee from 1977 to 1978. I was on the advisory board of the Memphis Comprehensive Rape Crisis Center from 1976 to 1978. I was on the steering committee for human sexuality at the University of Tennessee, the University Patient Participation Committee at the University of Tennessee, and I was on the Department of Psychiatry Research Committee at the University of Tennessee.
Numerous, over the years, were you in any way involved with the receipt of grant supports for any studies that you were interested in your field?
Yes. At present, I have a contract from the Pima County Juvenile Court in...
Pima County is the county in which Tucson is located?
That's correct, yes. To evaluate and to make recommendations regarding treatment of juveniles who have committed sexual offenses. I also have a contract from Adult Probation Department in Pima County to do assessments of adult sexual offenders. A couple of years ago, from 1987 to 1990, I had a grant from the National Institutes of Mental Health in the area of HIV prevention. From 1984 to 1987, I had a grant from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice to evaluate and treat juvenile sex offenders. I also had a training grant from the New York State Office of Mental Health to travel throughout the state and train mental health professionals in the area of sexual abuse. I had a grant from 1981 to 1984 from the National Institutes of Mental Health to treat child molesters or to evaluate the treatment of child molesters.
Now, let me at this juncture interject this. It has been agreed by the parties that part of your vitae, or your vitae, is going to be shown to the jury after, so that we don't, we can move it along a little quicker, and I indicated that to you. But basically, you've been the recipient of a lot of awards, a lot of monies from different agencies and state and foundation to assist in the study of clinical psychology as you are doing it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk to you, if I could, about your professional associations and their memberships. Would you tell us what they are, please?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Psychological Association. I recently became a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I'm a member of the Association for the Advancement of Behavior Therapy, the International Academy of Sex Research, the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children, the American Board of Sexology, and the Arizona Psychological Association.
Amongst others?
Amongst others.
Okay. Now, have you been on some editorial boards?
Yes.
What are editorial boards?
Okay. There are a number of professional journals out there in our field, and I've been asked by a number of journals to review journal articles to make a decision as to whether or not they warrant publication because they are scientifically rigorous.
And that's a number of boards that you serve on in that capacity?
Yes.
Give us an idea of, for instance, you're the guest reviewer for behavioral therapy, the Journal of Adolescent Psychotherapy. What kind of a thing would you do relative to that?
Well, I would be sent articles or research studies that had been conducted. I would review them, critique them, make a decision as to whether they should be published in a scientific journal or whether they needed to be revised and then resubmitted or whether they should be rejected.
Okay. Now, tell us about your teaching experience, please.
Throughout my career, I have been active in teaching medical students, teaching psychiatric residents, psychology interns, and also lecturing to people within my field, within the field of psychiatry, and also within the field of law.
Now, before you took the stand today, we went through your vitae, pages 5 through 18, relative to professional addresses that you have made, articles and books that you've been involved in, publications, invitational conferences. and journal articles, meaning journals within your field, manuscripts under editorial review, and unpublished manuscripts and book reviews.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have Dr. Becker's vitae moved into evidence as an exhibit, and that would be exhibit number 30. That's what you've been reading from, have you not, Doctor?
Yes, it is.
And the only difference between what I am showing you and what you have been reading from is there's been a couple of additions to your vitae, and you have expressed those. For instance, the Pima County Courts
Right.
grant is not in there. Is that right?
Right.
Counsel has seen a copy of Dr. Becker's vitae, and I think if the court will allow me to publish 14 of them for the jurors, I have asked Dr. Becker to specifically go to certain pages and see what things are relevant to her continuing testimony.
Any objection to being received, or Ms. White? I'm sorry.
No, Your Honor. Actually, I don't have a copy.
Oh, don't you? I'm sorry.
As long as counsel gives me one, I have absolutely no problem, and I knew that
One,
such a
it's
motion
received
would
in
be-
evidence, and two, you have no objection to it being published to the jury?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go.
I asked somebody to pass them, Judge. I hesitate to do that. Can I shake? Oh, here's Frank. We have a Frank.
Yeah.
28 years ago, I was going to school for 7 years. My dad was in service, and I went to a blue green school called Pennsylvania School, which I now have encompassed into Tucson.
We're going to be starting at page 5, Dr. Becker.
I've been muted this whole time. Dear Lord, I'm an idiot. I keep going out, and when I leave, I'm like, oh, I'll mute it. And then when I come back, I forget to unmute it. And I was trying to catch up with the chat, so, all right. I forgot what I was saying, but welcome back.
Okay.
Wow.
Doctor, on page 5, would you tell us what professional addresses you made you feel, or you and I feel, might be of some interest?
Shit.
Having
Okay.
the jury take cognizance.
I need this now.
Well, back in the 70s, I presented a paper on instructional control of components of alcoholic drinking. Basically, what that involved is we were seeing if you could work with individuals who are alcohol dependent and try and teach them another way to drink, whether you would be successful or not.
When you tell us what you're looking at, try and see if you can't put us on what portion
1,
of that
2, 3,
page.
4, 5, 6, 7. It's the 8th one down under professional addresses.
Anything else on that professional address page?
Also in the 70s, and this would be the 10th one down, the objective assessment of patterns of sexual arousal in rapists and other sexual aggressives. 2 more down, the last one on the page. What are the treatment needs of rapists?
And that was a paper presented at the 8th Annual Convention of the National Organization for Women.
That's correct.
Next page, please, Doctor.
1, 2, 3. The 4th one down, treatment methods to control the urge to rape. That was presented at the Society of Police and Criminal Psychology. The one after that, a comprehensive behavioral treatment program for sexual aggressive, some preliminary results at the Association for the Advancement of Behavior Therapy. After that, a research program for the treatment of sexual aggressives at the first annual conference on evaluating and treating sexual aggressives. Do you want me to go through all of these, Mr.
I want you to go
Boyle,
through
or-
the ones we marked.
Okay. On page 8,
You're skipping all of page 7, Dr.?
There wasn't anything marked on there?
Okay, good.
Okay. On page 8, the first one, determining the sexual preferences in sexual deviates by monitoring low levels of arousal. And that was a paper presented at the annual meeting of the International Academy of Sex Research. I did not personally present that paper, but helped put it together. My colleague Jean Abel presented it. 4 down, the incidence and types of sexual dysfunctions in sexual assault victims. That was at a meeting of the American Association of Sex Educators. 2, 3, 4 from the bottom. The characteristics of men who molest young children. That was presented at the World Congress of Behavior Therapy. On page 9, 18 years and 652 sex offenders later, research conclusions. That was presented at the Society for Sex Therapy and Research. And about mid-page, treating distortions of beliefs and feelings, the use of disclosure material with offenders. That was presented at the 4th Annual Conference on Abuse and Victimization at Harvard Medical School. 2 from the bottom, offender profiles. That was presented at the National Judicial College.
That's where the judges attend and are in attendance.
Yes, where they go, I believe, to get continuing education.
Okay, continue on.
Page 10, the second one from the bottom. Why paraphilic coercive disorder will not go away.
You said from the bottom, you mean from
I'm
the
sorry,
top.
from the top.
Where was that presented?
At the American Psychiatric Association. And again, about mid-page, do some adolescents have paraphilias? And that was presented at the National Conference on Sexual Compulsivity and Addiction. And I think that was all that had been marked.
Okay, now that's on your addresses. Let's go to the part on your invitational conferences. That would be on page 12.
Okay. You just want me to read the ones that are checked?
I think the ones that, you know, the jury can see that there's been 5 major ones, but just which one do you want to bring to their attention, if at all?
Okay. The National Institute of Mental Health's Criminal and Violent Behavior conference held on next steps in research on sex offenders, and also the Surgeon General of the United States workshop on violence and public health.
Now, publications differ from what you've already told us because there you are an author, is that right? What's the difference between the publications and the other things you've been telling us about?
Well, the ones that we just went through are addresses. That is, that you go to a conference and either you or your colleagues who you worked with present the results of your research. When you have a publication, that means that you took your research and you submitted it to a journal, and then it underwent peer review. Not a lot of people, but usually 2 or 3 people reviewed the material and made a decision as to whether or not it was worthy of publication.
Tell us which ones of those you'd like to bring to the jury's attention, knowing what we're going to be talking about here today.
Okay, on page number 12, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th one, research issues in evaluating and treating exhibitionism. On page 13, behavioral treatment of victims of sexual assault. Actually, that was a chapter in a book, not a journal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the bottom. Sex offenders, results of assessment and recommendations for treatment. And 2 after that.
You know, I see a lot of chat here about the way she's dressed. It's not easy to be a fashion icon in your own time period. You know, this is the early 90s, 91 here, I think. And this lady is rocking it. Fucking rocking it. Mandy saying looking like something straight out of Star Trek. Look at this. Even the hairdo. Well ahead of her time. The only thing that's really kind of in with the time frame is the shoulder pads rocking it. But look at this. Absolutely elegant.
The sexually abused child.
How about the one right before that?
Sexual dysfunctions and deviations. That was in a book called Diagnostic Interviewing. And then the sexually abused child, which appeared in modern legal psychiatry and psychology. And then on page 15.
So we're skipping 14.
That's correct.
Okay.
fifth from the bottom, differentiating sexual aggressives with penile measures. On page 16, the last one, self-reported sex crimes of non-incarcerated paraphiliacs.
What is that, self-reported sex crimes of non-incarcerated paraphiliacs?
Well, most of the literature prior to us conducting the study that we did was based on sex offenders who were incarcerated. And we were interested, and the federal government was interested, in if you guaranteed confidentiality to sex offenders and then interviewed them, would they be more likely to disclose offenses they had committed across a variety of behaviors. So we were given a grant by the federal government, and we were also given a certificate of confidentiality by the federal government. And we interviewed over 500 sexual offenders to see how many offenses they committed relative to how many times they had been arrested or apprehended.
I'm going to get into what your findings were after we get you qualified. Okay. What's the next, anything on the next page?
Page 17, the second one down, multiple paraphilic diagnoses among sex offenders.
Wait, I must be missing it. Which one?
Page 17, the second one, Abel Becker.
Okay, I have that as the first one, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Go ahead, read what you have.
Multiple paraphiliac diagnoses among sex offenders, and that appeared in the Bulletin of the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law.
Okay.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth one down, it's expert testimony in child sexual abuse litigation, and that was in the Nebraska Law Review.
Page 18, please. You have made some book reviews. You've read books and made book reviews for Contemporary Psychology in the Journal of Sex Education and Therapy, correct?
That's correct.
That's what you do, is you look at what somebody else has written up and you kind of evaluate it for publication.
That's correct.
All right, and you have manuscripts of your own under editorial review, and you also have an unpublished manuscript, okay, correct?
Correct.
Now, with that in mind, Your Honor, I am finished going through the vitae, and they can be picked up if you want to do that now, or probably better if we do to stretch. Doctor, as these things are being picked up, I want to start asking you some other questions. I haven't asked for it. I got more to go on that, Judge. I think I have to ask questions about how often in court and things of that nature.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Doctor, I'm going to ask you some questions about your experience in the field of psychology, clinical or otherwise. First of all, you have told us that you are a forensic psychologist.
I do work that is in the forensic area, one part of the forensic area, and that is specific to working with victims and working with people who have paraphilias or sexual offenses.
All right, now tell us the difference between a psychologist with a PhD, a clinical psychologist with a PhD, and a forensic psychologist with a PhD, and whether or not one can be all three of those.
Well, a PhD conferred in psychology means that you have mastered certain categories of knowledge, in a sense. If you want to work with people to assess them and to treat them, then you get extra training, and you usually do an internship in which your work with people is supervised. There are people who work in the broad area of forensic psychology who do a lot of court testimony, who do a lot of evaluations for the court in a variety of areas. For example, competency to stand trial, whether or not a person should be able to become a foster parent, to adopt a child, to make a will, etc. So in the whole area pertinent to the law, it's the interface between law and mental health, basically.
Are all forensic psychologists clinical psychologists?
I would believe that most people who have training in forensics have also had training in clinical.
Like they updated the tape, the gaff tape situation they had on the microphones. It looks like they went with the Zip ties, maybe? Maybe that's a rubber band even?
Psychology, yes.
Where is yours, since you hold yourself out as first
A little commentary there on the trial.
and foremost being a clinical psychologist?
That's correct.
How is your overlapping in a forensic psychology?
Because I am asked frequently by courts and probation officers and by attorneys to evaluate people to see if they have mental disorders, whether or not they are amenable to being treated, and in what situation that treatment should occur.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert on the issue of whether or not someone is suffering from a mental disease?
I have.
And how often have you done that?
Probably about 6 or 7 times.
And have you, at each and every time when called upon to testify, been qualified as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been rejected as an expert?
No, I have not.
Have you
Anybody
ever
rejecting this lady? What kind of question is that?
been called upon to evaluate or render an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty or probability as to whether or not a person was mentally responsible for a crime they may or may not, for a crime they have been committed or accused of?
I have not been called upon to do that. I'm not sure why, but I think part of the reason might be that it's very rare, in a sense, that in the area that I work in, that type of case would get to court.
Okay.
Most of the cases involve people who are psychotic or might have a personality disorder.
How many of the cases that you have dealt with over the years had to do with paraphilias? Well, before I ask you that, do you have dealings with people who are called paraphilics?
I evaluate and treat them.
And how many such people have you evaluated and treated over the term of your years as a psychologist?
In terms of the clinics that I have either co-directed or directed, so that means I might not have seen every one of these people. I might have supervised and the case been presented to me. I would say in terms of assessment, anywhere between 1,200 or 1,300 individuals who have committed sexual offenses or who have had paraphilias.
What states have you testified in?
I have testified in Arizona, in New York, and in New Jersey.
I want to ask you whether or not you have informed courts as to the mental condition of a person you are called upon to evaluate.
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
I do that rather routinely in the course of the contract that I have with the juvenile court. And when I was in New York, most of the referrals that we received were either from the probation department or from the court. So I'd have to say hundreds.
Have you been ever asked to discuss with the court in any evaluation as to how someone's mental condition may affect them as far as their ability to understand what they were doing or to be able to control their conduct?
It's mostly in terms of being able to control their conduct, and the way that usually is phrased is, can this person remain in the community? Is this person treatable? If I say the person is treatable, where should they be treated? That is, in the community or in a residential facility. So I have to make a determination as to whether they represent a risk to society.
First of all, have you had any interaction with physicians?
I hit it early, but it is officially noon 30, everyone. So if you're hanging out in here, please, get yourself a brewski. You need it, especially after the testimony from Dr. Berlin and then McCann attacking him relentlessly. It was brutal. So yeah, you earned yourself one of these bad boys today at Brew 30 or whatever, floats your boat. And if you don't drink, that's cool as well. I never want to put any kind of pressure on anybody. Yeah, officially beer 30 at Murder Church. Still got, a little less than an hour left of this testimony, and then we'll probably call it a wrap on this edition of Murder Church. And appreciate everyone for being here. Thanks again so much. Make it worth it. Amazing.
As it relates to your work with paraphilias.
Yes, I train physicians, and frequently physicians make referrals to me to assist in evaluating or in treating their patients.
Based upon your years of experience, are you able to make a decision of whether or not a person suffering from the mental disorder of paraphilia is mentally diseased?
Yes.
And have you been able, in the course of your training and experience as a doctor, PhD in psychology, with all your attending work, to render an opinion as to whether or not a person, because of that mental disease, might or might not be able to either conform their conduct to requirements of law or to appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct?
Yes.
Are you also able to address yourself to the issue as to how a mental disease of paraphilia can affect a person's capacity to engage in conduct, conforming their conduct, or to appreciate wrongfulness of conduct?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I would proffer Dr. Becker as an expert and then invite any voir dire at this time.
Ms. White.
I just have a couple of questions. Dr. Becker, is it fair to say, I believe from your previous answers, that this is the first time you're being called upon to render an opinion as to, in a trial, as to a person's criminal responsibility for their conduct?
Yes.
Okay, and secondly, that when Mr. Boyle asked you about the opinions that you've rendered or helped courts with that went to responsibility, you indicated that that was in the area of whether or not you felt the person, or determined, I'm sorry, that the person was treatable and a risk to the community, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Boyle, you may continue.
Thank you. Dr. Becker, you were retained by me to determine whether or not you could become a witness for the defense in the case of State of Wisconsin versus Jeffrey Dahmer.
That's correct.
In that regard, Doctor, just generally, what did you do upon accepting that initial task?
Well, I met with you, I met with your staff.
Interesting observation there. Dahmer's father wrote about how he would play with his hands when he was nervous. You can see him doing it during the trial. This is interesting. They gave him a rubber band later on, huh?
You sent me what appears to be well over 1,000 pages of material to read. I came...
Probably with a day to do it in. Yeah, we just wanted to drop off a few, a little light reading for you to do. We know you have to be at trial in the morning, but here's 1,000 pages, ma'am. That's the type of shit that we live in the, just in society, just in all walks of fucking, not just judicial and trial bullshit and court bullshit and legal proceedings, but everything.
Came on January 2nd and 3rd to the state of Wisconsin and interviewed.
The trick's on you. This lady right here, she's a speed reader. She killed it.
Mr. Jeffrey Dahmer. I viewed 2 videotapes that he had recommended to me that I view, and when I returned here on Sunday, I met with Mr. Jeffrey Dahmer again.
You rendered an opinion on the questions before this court and jury on or about January the 7th in written form.
I don't remember the exact date, but that was probably pretty close.
Now, when you came to Wisconsin in January 2nd and 3rd, you came into what city?
Into Madison.
And where did you travel to from Madison?
From Madison to the Columbia Correctional Institution where I interviewed Jeffrey.
And one member of my office picked you up and was with you overnight and brought you up there, and then another one stayed with you until you left town.
Yes, and actually on that first day I had hoped to spend more time there, but there was inclement weather and they had a lockdown, and wound up spending about, I guess, 4.5 hours the first day and about 4 or so hours the second day.
Well, with that in mind, when you left there the second day, did you feel comfortable with the amount of time that you spent with Mr. Dahmer so as to do the task that you and I had agreed that you would attempt to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, I would like, Doctor, you have a written report, but you also have your notes typed up, and they're basically very lengthy, are they not?
Yes, they are.
26 pages of notes.
Yes.
Okay, what I'd like to do is to ask you, when you left Arizona and came to Wisconsin, as you have said, you were given some material.
Yes.
And the conclusion of the 2 days was the time you had to make certain decisions whether or not you could be a witness in this case.
That's correct.
You were furnished with what the requirement of law was for a professional expert opinion to be able to state to a reasonable degree of certainty, professional certainty, whether it be psychiatric or psychological, and you were armed with that information.
That's correct.
I didn't understand the question.
Well, she knew what her job was, is what I'm really saying. In other words, you knew what the standard was before you'd have to make a decision whether you could help us or not.
That's correct.
And did you conclude, after meeting with Mr. Dahmer for the 2 days and having the materials that you had, that you were sufficiently able to render an opinion in this case?
Yes, I was.
And when did you arrive at that opinion, and at what point in time did you arrive at that opinion that you could render such an opinion in this case?
After I had interviewed Mr. Dahmer.
As a result of all of the information that had been given to you, did it include the confession that was taken by the Milwaukee police?
Yes, it did.
After reviewing that plus other materials that you had, and after interviewing Mr. Dahmer, did you come to a point where you could render an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty or probability as to whether or not Jeffrey Dahmer, on each and every one of the occasions of the 15 murders that he has now pled guilty to, at that time the plea had not been taken.
Your Honor, I object.
I got to get the question out. I haven't got the question out. Was suffering from a mental disease or defect? That's my question.
Your Honor, my objection is that he phrased it as psychological certainty or probability, and that makes it a multiple question.
I'll withdraw it and just concentrate on the certainty.
Thanks.
I misspoke. I said one word too much. At the conclusion of your 2 days, based upon everything else I've asked in the previous question, were you able to arrive at a position where you could render an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not on each and every one of the homicides in question, Mr. Dahmer was suffering from a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
And what is the opinion that you came to relative to that question?
That he is suffering from a mental disease.
And what is the name of that mental disease?
The name of the mental disease is necrophilia.
As a result, and was that mental disease present on each and every one of the 15 occasions where he committed the homicides?
In my opinion, it was.
As a result of that mental disease, and on each and every one of those 15 instances, were you able to arrive in an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not Mr. Dahmer lacked substantial capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of law?
Yes, I'm of the opinion that in relation to those 15 homicides that he lacked substantial capacity to conform his behavior.
And was the lack of his capacity to conform his behavior because of his mental disease?
That's my opinion.
And that's to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes, it is.
Did you arrive at an opinion as to whether or not Mr. Dahmer, as a result of mental disease, did not lack substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Mr. Dahmer knew that it was wrong to kill these people.
And the opinions you have just expressed are to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
And they are consistent with what you've said earlier, that this condition and the effect of it was in place on each and every one of these 15 occasions?
That's my opinion.
Okay, tell us what you and Mr. Dahmer did relative to your trying to determine whether or not you would be able to make an opinion as you have now expressed it when you first came to the Columbia Correctional Institution.
Okay. Mr. Boyle, different mental health professionals have different ways of conducting interviews. In my experience, I try to put the person that I'm interviewing at ease by not starting out with the offenses that they have committed or the disorder that they have, but bringing them back to their early life. Most people are comfortable talking about that, and it can also establish a pattern. So I began by asking Jeffrey where and when he was born, and told him that I wanted to learn about him every year from when he was born up to the present.
And tell us what he said in
Sure.
reference to what you were saying as if you have on your notes.
Okay.
And what
Now,
we're going to do, Doctor, so that everybody understands, as you go along, if I feel it requires some explanation other than what you've given, I will interrupt you. Otherwise, we'll move along quickly.
okay, you don't want me to read all of these 26
I want you to read,
pages?
sure, I want you to read that for sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Dahmer stated that he was born on May 21st, 1960 in Milwaukee at Children's Hospital. He said that the pregnancy had not been planned, and he doesn't recall whether or not his parents had any preferences as to whether they had wanted a male or female child.
Why is that important?
Because in some cases, if there's a stated preference on the part of the parent, an individual can develop some problems in terms of their gender identity disorder.
It wasn't present here.
That was not present,
Continue
no.
on.
His next memory was when he was 4 years of age and he had a double hernia operation. I asked him about this and about memories, and the reason I asked him that is because there are some people who can undergo traumatic surgeries and they can develop problems relative to that. Jeffrey stated that his memories involved watching a program on TV as he was awaiting the surgery, and that program was called Bewitched. He doesn't remember whether his parents were there before surgery. He remembers they were there post-surgery. And he remembered experiencing terrible pain in his groin area for the first week post-surgery, so much so that he asked his mother whether or not his genitals had been cut off because of the nature of the pain.
Why is that an important fact?
Again, was there trauma, and was there trauma in the genital area? He recalls tremendous pain in the area of his genitals and abdomen.
As a clinical psychologist, is that dispositive of a question, or is that just a matter to be considered in the overall context of reviewing someone who you're reviewing to find out whether or not they're mentally ill or not?
Well, I like to look for patterns, and I'm interested in etiology. So I didn't have to know that piece of information to make the diagnosis that I made, but this is the way I interview.
Why would the aspect of the surgery in the genitalia area, the groin area, be interesting at all?
Well, in relation to the offenses that Jeffrey committed and the fact that he experienced pain there, and I apologize to the family members and also to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to use, and the fact that he slit open the abdomens of the 15 men for this trial that he murdered.
So you don't know what it means, but you think it's worthy of note?
Yes.
Okay, continue on, please.
He recalled experiencing very bad earaches between the ages of 4 and 5.
Yeah, look at him. Like we were talking about that earlier. I've seen it in the chat multiple times. He's checked out. Like he's completely gone. He's not here with us. He's just probably playing with his hands, like you guys said, or maybe he's got the fucking rubber band now. But he's just, it's crazy. This one is super interesting.
He remembered spending a lot
from
of
a psychological standpoint.
Time in the doctor's office during that period. And he offered that he had a memory of being very frightened during those ages. And when he went to the doctor's office, and he was frightened by the flapping of the white paper that is usually on examining tables. Now, I don't know what relevance that has, other than that was something that Mr. Dahmer offered during the interview.
And what they offer sometimes may have some value later in retrospect.
On, absolutely.
But you're not attributing anything specific to any of these reported?
No, no.
Okay. Just as they might fit in an overall picture?
It might. Okay.
Continue on, please.
Around the age of 6, he recalled his mother being depressed, and he stated that from the time he was 6 onward, his mom was depressed, moody, withdrawn, and physically ill. Most of this behavior occurred after the birth of Mr. Dahmer's brother, David, and Jeffrey was 6 years of age when his brother was born. Prior to age 6, he remembers his father studying for a PhD degree and his mother working part-time for a phone company. He did not recall his parents having any friends. He did remember that his paternal grandparents would come to the home to visit every week or two.
Why did you make note of such information?
Well, you want to see whether or not in a child in the developmental history of a child as to whether or not the family members socialized, whether there were other family members involved, whether there was any degree of closeness.
Okay, continue on, please.
Jeffrey recalled that age 5, he and some other children broke some windows in houses that were being torn down. The police were notified, and he recalled that his parents were shocked that he had participated in such a venture.
Continue on.
I asked him about the toys that he was most interested in as a child, and he stated that he was interested in Legos, styrofoam building blocks, and a bow and arrow. He didn't recall having any guns. That was a direct question that I asked him.
Why is it important for a clinical psychologist to ask questions relative to interest in toys for a youngster?
Well, there are a number of reasons. One, you want to know whether or not the parents purchased toys for children to play with. So, one, they can talk with other kids about this, and 2, they're keeping themselves busy. I also wanted to find out about the nature. I mean, were they violent weapons, for example, or weapon-like toys that he was playing with?
Now, is the absence of toys for a child have any significance?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so it's not one way or the other. Having toys or not having toys doesn't really make any difference other than the kind of toys that the child might be interested in.
That's correct. And that may or may not play a part.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. At age 5, he remembered going to an agricultural research center, which was about 1/4 mile from his home. He recalls seeing dead mice, and that when he walked into the building, the first floor was filled with mice and rats. He remembers being shocked and frightened. He did not recall having any dreams about this experience, but did tell his parents about it.
Continue on.
Mr. Dahmer recalled having one pretty good friend at age 5. The friend was a black child his age. He also recalled that some of his friends were white. He remembered that they would go to one another's homes. Mr. Dahmer denies any sex play or sexual activity occurring at this age. He did have a memory of a stove fire in his house. He remembered that it was not very bad, but that he had seen some smoke coming out as he was walking back from play. Another memory that he had at age 5 was that of telling a boy to put his hand in a wasp nest. He told the boy that there were ladybugs in there, and he recalled that the boy was stung. Jeffrey was...
Yeah, to this point right here, Beckner really focused on his childhood, which is really why I liked her testimony. This is interesting from a different aspect and point of view. They said they were going to get into the pornography side of it as well. But yeah, as he progressed in age, you know, I mentioned this on a stream before. The last interview with Ted Bundy, he mentions what really fucked him up was softcore pornography, and even then finding hardcore pornography, and it just really messing with him, right? And I saw somebody earlier in chat, maybe if it was today in the internet age, maybe he would have more of an outlet to get rid of some of this. I don't know. Interesting though. But yeah, this one is going to be going, I guess, more so into the earlier years of Jeffrey Dahmer, which is again a whole nother aspect of interest.
5 at this time.
And what is the significance of that, if anything?
Well, first of all, knowing that there were wasps there, that he would want the child to experience a degree of injury or hurt. And again, I was trying to find out, during his childhood, had he engaged in any activities that we might consider antisocial, or conduct disordered, or that we might consider sadistic.
So it's important for a clinician to know these kinds of things.
Yes.
Okay, continue on, please.
When asked about the type of discipline his parents...
That's a good point. Yeah, like the little things like that. It's crazy he remembers ear infections and pain at that age. Like, that's fucking crazy.
Used at this age. He reported that he was disciplined verbally, by grounding, and sometimes by spanking. He doesn't recall being physically abused. When asked about his memories of kindergarten, he recalled having difficulty getting his boots on and off. He remembered that the teacher would not help him and that he was frustrated and he cried.
You asked him questions about whether or not he had been physically abused. Why is that important?
Well, because in the histories of some people, but not all, who have sexual disorders, you may find a history of being physically abused or being sexually abused. So that's an important question to ask in cases such as these.
And his answers were negative as to both.
That's correct.
How about his first, do you ask him about his first instances of going to school? Is that a traumatic time in a youngster's life?
Well, again, part of asking that is because, unfortunately, there are some children who are abused in school settings, and I asked it as part of that. Also to see whether he developed friendships.
Continue on, please.
At age 6, his family moved to, I'm not sure of the pronunciation, but I think it's Dolestown, Ohio. His father took a position with...
Go ahead. We're not mentioning the
any
companies.
names, I know.
Go ahead.
His father took a position with an industry there, and Jeffrey entered the first grade. It was during this period that his brother was born. I asked him whether or not he was prepared for his brother's birth and how he felt about it. He stated that he was happy about it, he was interested and curious, and does not recall being jealous. He recalled that they lived in a rural area and there was no one to play with. To help him, his parents bought him a dog, and he remembered that it was a good-natured dog, and he called his dog Frisky. He remembered feeling depressed at that time, and that the dog cheered him up.
Did he tell you why he remembered being depressed at the time?
I believe, but I can't say this with absolute certainty, that it was related to the move, and that at that point he didn't have any friend that he had available to play with him.
As far as the pregnancy, did you make any other notes about, or do you have any recollection about the interaction of this 6-year-old with his mother, who now is suddenly going to have a baby in the house?
There were a couple of questions that I asked Jeffrey, and the reason I asked him these questions was because some of the material indicating that he listened to heartbeats and also the slitting open of the abdomen. Sometimes when women are pregnant and they have a child, they will ask the child if they'd like to feel the baby kicking or to try and listen. And I asked Jeffrey whether or not, his mom held him on her lap, whether or not she ever placed his hand on her abdomen to try and feel the baby moving around. And I also asked him if he had had any thoughts or fantasies of trying to injure his mother to get rid of the child.
What was his responses to those inquiries?
His response was he recalls his mother holding him. He recalls having his hand on her abdomen. He has absolutely no memories of wanting to injure his mother.
Does he have any memories of trying to listen to the heartbeat?
As I recall, it's not the heartbeat, but he heard his mother's heartbeat. Yeah, it's hard to hear the heartbeat of the
How did he hear his mother's heartbeat?
Well, he was be laying on it. His mom would be holding him.
Okay, and he was 6 years of age.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about we've gotten past the part where now he had a dog and he remembers feeling depressed and the dog would cheer him up. What happened, what was the next thing you and he talked about?
Well, then Jeffrey had a memory right after he had talked about his dog, Frisky, of a neighborhood dog who was vicious and was a trained attack dog. One day the dog broke his chain and chased Jeffrey. He fell down and the dog nipped him on the buttocks. He remembered feeling thankful that the dog didn't hurt him more seriously because this was a very vicious dog. He also recalled, I asked him at that time, since his brother had been born, what the sleeping arrangements were in the home. He said they had separate rooms. He recalled being bused to school. He would come home from school to his mother, watch TV, and play with his dog. I asked him how things were going in school. He recalls being sent to the principal's office and was spanked on one occasion. He was made to stand in the hall for a couple of hours. He was not able to recall what the infraction was.
Based upon your job as a clinician, you're writing down notes and answers to questions you're putting to Mr. Dahmer, things that he is telling you, in response to your questions or volunteered, and then you're transcribing basically everything he told you with an idea to finding out whether or not that they're important data or not.
That's correct.
How about this last business you told us about? Anything significant in that?
Well, you know, in that, again, if he was a conduct disordered youngster, I would have thought there'd be more than just one incident of being called to the principal's office.
So you don't see that?
No.
Okay, continue on.
At age 7, the family moved to Barberton, Ohio, and they lived there until Jeffrey was 8. He recalls making some good neighborhood friends, and also that there was a swamp nearby, and he would go to the swamp and he would collect tadpoles. He remembered taking some to his teacher, and Jeffrey stated that he liked this teacher. However, he was upset when he learned that the teacher had given the tadpoles to a boy in his class who was Jeffrey's best friend at that time. And I asked Jeffrey how he knew the teacher had done this, and he stated that he had been over the friend's house and he had seen his tadpoles in the garage. Jeffrey stated that he took motor oil and poured the motor oil into the container of tadpoles in which they were housed to kill them. He told his friend that he had done this. Jeffrey viewed his teacher as a kind person, but he felt that she had rejected him by giving away the tadpoles.
Why is this significant?
Well, because there's a killing of animals at a very young age. And again, trying to see if somehow a pattern developed early on.
Okay, continue on, please. Are you seeing a pattern developing early on?
Well, I'm concerned at age 7 that he is killing animals.
Go ahead.
So at age 6, what she was just talking about when they were asking the question, you know, did you hear the heartbeat? Did your mother, you know, want you to kind of be almost a part of the pregnancy, what that was happening? To find a normalcy in that, I'm imagining things seem more fine. A year later, it's becoming a little bit more alarming now with the killing of animals.
Go ahead, continue on, please.
Interesting.
He recalls not having, I asked Jeffrey then, did you ever see anybody kill animals? Wondering where he got the idea from. And he did not. He remembered feeling anxious after he did this and thinking if she, meaning the teacher, doesn't want them, then nobody will have them.
In your
the
report,
tadpoles.
you have quotation marks around that.
Yes. When Jeffrey said something directly, I didn't do it in every occasion, but I would frequently put quotes around what he said.
So he indicated, quote, of anxiety, and then his quote was, if she doesn't want them, no one will have them.
That's correct.
They were his words.
Yeah.
Okay, continue on, please.
During this time, he remembered his mother being busy much of the time, taking care of his brother. He also remembered that his mother stopped putting him to bed at this time. That is, Jeffrey would have to go to bed on his own. Apparently, there was a good deal of marital stress during this time, and Jeff remembers his mother crying and his parents having many arguments. Jeff recalls being, at age 7, he was in the 2nd grade, and he had a friend at school with whom he played a game. The boys would pretend to choke one another. Jeffrey reported that this behavior was consensual in that both boys agreed to do it, and both boys agreed not to tell anyone about it. The other boy, however, told the principal, and Jeffrey was spanked. He indicated that the boys would touch one another's throats but would not produce a state of dizziness. He recalled being very angry at the boy because he felt that he had been set up, and he remembered feeling that he wanted to, quote, beat the boy up, end quote, for setting him up.
Did he do that?
He did not.
Okay, did you ask him why he didn't?
I did not.
Okay.
Other memories from age 7 was that Jeffrey's father was working an 8-to-5 job. He would play tennis with Jeffrey. Jeffrey also reported that he participated in Cub Scouts. Jeffrey remembered having a friend from school who lived at the end of a dump. He remembered that there were snakes in the dump, and he recalled getting a snake and putting it in his garage. He had wanted to keep the snake, however, the snake had wrapped itself around the spokes of his bike. When he moved the bike, the snake was killed. He reported that this was not intentional, and he remembered thinking that of all the places for this snake, which he really liked, to wind up, it was unusual that it wound itself on his bike and ended up dying. He remembered developing during his 7th year a bad case of hay fever, and he stated that he was constantly sneezing and had runny eyes and nose. He also recalled at this age that his parents' arguments continued. At age 8, the family moved to what Jeff described as a nice suburb in Bath, Ohio. He was in the 3rd grade at this point in time. He recalled their home being on 1.5-acre wooded lot with a pond. He remembered one level was a ranch house, and he recalled that it was a great place to live. He recalled his father planting many fruit trees and that he fished in the pond with Jeffrey. Mr. Dahmer remembered that they would catch bluegills and bass. He remembered his father showing him how to cut open a fish to clean it. He remembered that the egg sac caught his eye. It was the color of it, bright orange, and from that point on, he used egg sacs to catch fish. He recalled this as an isolated incident of his father cutting the fish and did not recall any others.
What is the significance of this that caused you to put it in your report?
I believe that there are 2 areas of significance. One was the way that Jeffrey related this to me in the interview. Jeffrey, for the most part, in relating material, was pretty monotone and pretty flat. When he talked about cutting the fish open and seeing the inside of the fish, he became somewhat more animated, somewhat more alive, in a sense, knowing what he had done in terms of his victims and cutting them open, and knowing that he appeared to be fascinated by the viscera, by the insides of his victims. I wondered if that early incident of the cutting open and the fascination with the colors was not somehow related to what happened later on.
Fine, thank you. Continue on, please.
He recalled being friends with a boy who lived next door named Eric. They spent their time exploring new property. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to mention names.
Yeah, that's okay, please.
He remembered during his, that should be 8th year instead of 8th life, his mother's mood improved somewhat, but not that much. He appeared a bit reluctant to discuss his mother's depression. That is, I wanted him to talk more about his mom, but he was not willing to do that. He then went on to state at that point in the interview that some newspaper had blamed his mother for his acts and that he didn't feel that this was fair. He indicated to me that neither his mother or his father should be held responsible for his behavior. And he stated, quote, "It's not my dad or mom's fault, it's my fault," end quote.
Were you able to determine his reluctance to discuss anything relative to his mother and what he talked about relative to her depression?
Wow, an author of over 100 published journals. Stevie Irwin coming through with the knowledge right now. Yeah, PhD Judith Beckner is a past president of the Association for Treatment of Sexual Abusers and the International Academy of Sex Research. Yeah, she knows her shit.
I'm uncertain, and I still to this day do not have a very good appreciation or understanding of Jeffrey's relationship with his mother. In a sense, that's an unknown to me.
Okay, but that isn't because you didn't try to learn it.
No, I just believe that Jeffrey had difficulty talking about that and has a concern that somehow whatever is said, that it's going to be interpreted to mean that his mom or his dad have some degree of culpability, and it was my perception that he's trying to protect them from that.
Because he doesn't believe it's their fault.
Because he does not believe it is their fault. That's correct.
Continue on, please.
Okay. At age 9, he entered the 4th grade. He remembers making a new friend. He remembered that he and his friend were interested in nature, and they collected different types of fungus. He also remembered being interested in dinosaurs and went fossil hunting. He remembered his relationship with this boy as being healthy. In terms of school, he stated that he was a C student, and at this point in time, and that there were no disciplinary problems. He remembered that his parents' relationship was, quote, fair. I asked him whether or not he did any playing or a lot in the way of interacting with his brother, and he did not have any recollection of that. It was at this age that he recalled becoming interested in collecting moths, and he would mount these moths. He remembered that his father and mother helped him mount the different types of moths that he collected.
Why is that interesting?
Well, again, the interest in animals, I mean, the tadpoles, but I mean, there's no clear relevance.
Sure,
I mean, there are lots of youngsters and adults, for that matter, who
Okay.
collect moths, okay?
But what you're telling us about many different things and how they might coalesce.
Yes.
Okay, continue on, please.
He recalled that except for hay fever, his health was good, and he had trouble recalling what his mother's state of mind was at this point in time. I asked him whether or not he had developed any interest in sex yet at age 9, and he reported that he did not. I asked him if he recalled killing or cutting any animals at this age, and he stated he did not. At age 10, he was in the 5th grade. He recalled that he was still friends with that same schoolmate, and I'll just use the initial D for this person. He recalled inventing a game with spirals and stick figures that he called Infinity Land. If the stick figures would get too close together, they would be annihilated. It was Jeffrey who invented this game, and I asked him how he came to invent that game, and he reported that he, quote, just dreamt it up, end quote. He would play this game with his best little friend, and he also recalled engaging in play acting with this friend. The play acting was based on characters in a book by Alfred Hitchcock that he had read. They would play act the different stories. I asked him whether or not any of the stories involved murder or annihilation of people, and he stated that they did not. He recalled not being lonely during this period, and at school he felt that he was accepted by some of the children, but not by others. He remembered keeping to his own circle of friends.
Doctor, did you ask him why he called it, quote, Infinity Land, quid quote? That's at age 5th grade. At age 10, the word infinity is a pretty heavy concept.
Yeah, it is, Mr. Boyle, and I regret to say that I did not ask him why he termed it Infinity Land.
Thanks.
Okay.
But there was, in this game he played, when the sticks would get together, there was annihilation.
Well, and I found that to be of interest.
What was how did the annihilation, can you describe the game stick things? I don't understand that. What kind
Again, I didn't go into a whole lot of detail with him, just that there were spirals and sticks, and I don't have a clear concept of how
Okay.
they played. But what was of interest to me was that there was an annihilation part of it.
Go ahead.
Okay. He recalled having a female teacher that he liked because she would read books. And he remembered her reading. I asked Jeffrey if there was a particular book that he enjoyed, and he said that there was a science fiction book called A Warp in Time, and I am not familiar with that book. He also recalled the song Tommy by the group The Who that came out during this time, and he very much liked that song.
Do you have any significance to either of those two facts?
The science fiction aspect of it, and quite frankly, I remember the song Tommy, but I don't remember the words or the total
You
concept.
just made note of it.
I just made note of it.
Go ahead,
yeah.
continue on.
He did not recall having, again, I asked him at this age, do you recall having any sexual interests or engaging in any sexual activity? He did not. And I asked him about killing animals, and he did not have any recollection of that. He recalled that at this age, his parents were getting along pretty good, and that his mom's mood was stable. He remembered that his mom was on a medication and would take a lot of it. Sometimes she would become too groggy. He remembered that sometimes he would return from school and she was sleeping, and it appeared that she might have been sleeping all day.
Any significance in that?
Well, what I was wondering, I don't know that there's significance, but what I was wondering clinically is the fact that he attempted to make some of his victims into zombies and would lay with these people. And I had wondered whether or not Jeffrey saw his mother as being a zombie, and would he lay with her? I subsequently have asked Jeffrey that question, and he reported he did not see her being a zombie, and he would not lay with her.
Okay, good.
He did not lay with her.
Continue on.
At age 11, he was in the 6th grade. He continued playing Infinity and recalled that the game was becoming more elaborate, but I asked Jeffrey if he could articulate how it was becoming more elaborate, but he was unable to do that. He and his friend now had a 3-year friendship, and they continued to enjoy this friendship. And at this point, they had bicycles and would ride to one another's homes. He reported that his parents were doing, quote, pretty well. He didn't observe much affection between them, however. He did recall that the family occasionally went on hikes, and he remembered that during this period, his mom was taking medication and she was not always in the best mood. He remembered that his little brother would want to tag along with him like most little brothers did. At age 13, he was in the 7th grade and recalled entering puberty at this age. When asked if he had been prepared for the pubertal changes, he stated that he was prepared in health education and that additionally his parents had spoken with him about this. He did not recall how he felt as he went through puberty. He remembered, however, that the changes that took place in his body were gradual. He does not recall his mood changing at that point in time.
That certainly was pretty normal what he was reporting to you. Go ahead.
At this point, he stated that he, quote, lost touch, end quote, with his best friend. He remembered, however, that he still played with a neighborhood boy. When asked why he lost touch with his best friend, he reported that the boy's mother told his best friend not to spend much time with Jeffrey. The boy's mother was afraid that the boy would develop a homosexual relationship. Jeffrey recalled thinking that this was unusual because he was not sexually attracted to his best friend. He remembered feeling that it was, quote, like getting a slap in the face, end quote. He reported that the relationship was ended abruptly. I asked him what his best friend looked like. He described him as being heavier than Jeffrey, having brown hair, was chubby, and had a light complexion. Jeffrey recalled him as being of Norwegian descent. He remembered that he and his best friend did not speak again until the 9th grade.
Let me ask you a question. When he reported that he was told by his best friend's mother, well, the boy was told by his mother not to be around Jeffrey because they didn't want a homosexual relationship to evolve. Wasn't that awful young to understand what a homosexual relationship was anyway?
I think that most, Mr. Boyle, I think most youngsters today are familiar around the age of puberty, are familiar with the term homosexual or having a relationship with somebody of the same sex or opposite sex.
At this time in Jeffrey's life, is that the first time that he ever was aware of the concept of homosexuality when his best friend told him that his best friend's mother was concerned?
I did not ask Jeffrey that question.
Continue on, please.
Jeffrey stated that he didn't feel all that lonely, even though he couldn't see his best friend, because he had another friend, and they found things to do around the house. He remembers watching the soap opera Dark Shadows on television, and he also watched Star Trek and Gilligan's Island. At age 13, he recalled having his first wet dream or his first nocturnal emission. He was in the 8th grade. He also began masturbating approximately 1 time a day. I asked Jeffrey at that point what his sexual fantasies were. He reported that he did not recall being attracted to either males or females when he first began to masturbate. I asked him whether he had any female friends, however, and he reported that he did not. He recalled that this period in his life was pretty uneventful. He played the trumpet in the band, he was still moth collecting, and was also playing tennis. When asked if he felt accepted by his peers, he stated that he felt accepted enough by the other kids. He was not using alcohol or drugs at this point in time. He also recalled that his parents were arguing and not getting along very well. Do you want me to continue?
Please.
Okay. At age 14, he entered the 9th grade. It was during this age that he had his first sexual encounter with, and I'll use the initial E, the boy who lived next door. Jeffrey remembered initiating the sexual interaction, and that it was consensual in nature, that is, they both agreed to do this, and that it occurred in their fort house. He recalled that they were laying there naked. They kissed and fondled one another. He does not recall if he got an erection. He indicated that after 2 or 3 occurrences, the behavior stopped because they both felt that it would be too dangerous if someone saw them. He does not recall his sexual fantasies at this point in time, that is, at age 14. He remembered that in biology class, he dissected a pig, took the head home with him, took the skin off, and kept the skull. He remembers keeping this in his garage. When asked about his parents at this point, he stated that he did not recall anything unusual about their relationship at this point. After school, he continued to watch Dark Shadows and Star Trek. He denied being exposed to any sexually explicit materials at this time.
Do you know that Star Trek is science fiction?
Yes.
And Dark Shadows was what kind of a show? Have you been able to find out?
You know, I was asking people about this, and they didn't say that it was exactly about the occult, but I think somewhat approximating that. But I have never seen that show, and I don't have a real clear picture of what that show involved.
Continue on, please.
At age 15, he was in the 10th grade. He remembered being friends with a boy named G. He recalled being an average student. However, the feedback from the school was that he was an underachiever.
What kind of grades was he telling you he was getting?
Average grades.
C's?
C's.
Okay.
Math was his worst subject, and his father tried to tutor him. He recalled that his father got upset and pushed him to do better in school. His father had a teacher send home assignments so that he could work on them. At this age, Jeffrey recalls masturbating every day. The object of his fantasies were good-looking young guys his own age. He fantasized tan, well-muscled, good-looking faces. He recalled that the hair color and nationality did not matter in his fantasies. Regarding his homosexual interests, he reported that he was comfortable with them. He was curious, however, as to why he was homosexual. He felt, however, that he had to keep it to himself. He did not date while he was in high school, either males or females, and he reported having no sexual partners by age 15.
Is there anything significant about his masturbating with this degree of frequency and or having had a homosexual experience on a number of occasions that he did at age 14 and starting to fantasize about certain types of people, certain body types of people and faces at this age?
Well, the fact is, you know, if you talk to a lot of 15-year-old boys, and they feel that they can be truthful with you and you're not going to pass a judgment on them, you will hear that they masturbate anywhere from 2 to 3 times a week to every day. What is of interest is that Jeff's sexual erotic pattern is beginning to develop here, and that is he is attracted to males, and he is associating that attraction with a behavior, with masturbation, with erection, and with ejaculation.
And with a certain type of fantasy.
Fantasies of males, correct.
Yeah, but I mean, the male fantasy in his fantasy is a certain type of person.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
A specific type of person, and that is good-looking, tan, nice bodies.
Okay, continue on, please.
He recalled that either at age 14 or 15, he went to visit a friend. He was walking back to his own home when 3 seniors, that is seniors from high school, walked up to him. One walked over and hit him on the back of the neck with a blackjack. He was able to run away from these people. He felt angry and frightened and wanted to retaliate. He reported that this act was unprovoked. He kept the incident to himself and never felt comfortable opening up to anyone. He reported that his neck was sore for several days after this.
What was the significance of that, please?
Well, First of all, that there were males who did something that injured him, and injured him to the point that it lasted for a number of days. I also thought it was rather curious that his fantasies after that point developed to the extent that he wanted to hit somebody. And in terms of his first victim, but not a victim in this case, actually hit a person, and before that had fantasies of hitting people and capturing them.
And the fantasies that he thought about reference the hitchhiker was to hit him
Yes.
in the back of the head.
Yes.
And in fact, on the Hicks murder, he hit him in the back of the head with a barbell.
Yes, he did.
Continue on, please.
Okay.
I think you're at age 16.
Right. He was a junior in high school. He recalled bringing home dead dogs and cutting them up. He would cut the abdomen open to see what it looked like inside. He still had his dog Frisky. I wondered whether or not, seeing that he was cutting up these animals, as to whether or not he had ever done anything to injure his own dog, and he said he had not. He reported that he never hurt any live animals. He reported that on one occasion he was going to bleach the bones of a dog and reconstruct it. He wondered what it would be like to see the internal organs. He reported that since they were dead, it didn't matter. He recalled that he cut off the head of one dog and put the head on a stake. He showed his friends this for shock value.
Just from one thing to another there. At the beginning, I was like, look at the internal organs. I'm like, well, he could maybe go down an avenue of maybe being a coroner one day in his life, right? And then the very next thing, he's cut the head off and put it on a stake. Like, that's not... Like, there's a point in here that a shift clearly happened, and that's from his own memory, which is very detailed, to say the least, from this lady that interviewed him. But something triggered, something twisted happened at this point in his life here. And unfortunately, he never came back.
He reported that he did not tell his friends that he had been the one to cut the head off.
Right. Now, he's 16 years of age.
Yes.
If you believe his pattern of behavior as a clinical psychologist, if he was coming to you and reporting this at the age of 16, what would you start?
Point right there. Could have been maybe gotten into taxidermy.
To think.
I would be just very concerned about this. I would want to have him hospitalized, and I would want to have a very thorough assessment done of him, because of the cutting up of animals and the fascination with the viscera of the animals, and the fact that he wanted to take the bones and reconstruct the animal.
Continue on, Doctor.
Okay. He reported that on, I think I've already read this. Okay. He recalled having a few friends at this point. He also recalls feeling frustrated that he could not experience sex.
Why couldn't he?
That's sex with a partner.
Okay.
He indicated that...
Let me ask you this. Sex.
That'd be cool too, Jessica. You get this lady out here.
With a partner, did he limit the partners that he was unhappy that he wasn't having sex with? Was it male or female?
He was interested in males.
Okay.
He indicated that his parents were not getting along well and that his father was sleeping in the den. He also recalled that his mother was hospitalized at this time for 1 month in a mental health unit. He recalled that his father became ill at this time and was hospitalized for several weeks, and that his grandparents came to look after him and his brother. It was at this age that he had his first thought about trying to capture a male to be with him. He reported that he had noticed a man who jogged along a road, and he was attracted to him. He did not know how to meet this man except forcibly, so he devised a plan by which he would knock the man unconscious. He reported that he broke a baseball bat in half and waited on the side of the road for the man to come by. On that particular day, the man did not come by. I asked him what he would have done had he captured the man, and he told me that he would have taken him into the woods and laid down with him. It was at this point that Jeffrey's paraphilic fantasies began.
Well, why do you say that?
Because he told me that his fantasies then involved forcefully having complete control over someone, over another person.
But the statement that you made, it was at this point that Mr. Dahmer's paraphilic fantasies began, is your opinion, not what he said to you, correct?
Oh, Jeffrey did not use the word paraphilic fantasy.
So is your conclusion that now we've got him into paraphilia?
Right. Jeffrey basically said it was at this point that he started having sexual thoughts about knocking somebody out, laying with them, and being sexual with them.
I want you to finish the rest of this paragraph, and then I think we should take a break.
Okay. The object of the fantasy would be a nice-looking male.
Excuse me, I think we got a quote right after you said this is when they began. Maybe you did say it. He reported the fantasies involved, and then you have a quote.
Yes, Mr. Boyle, I said it, but I didn't emphasize that it was in quotes. Quote, forcefully having complete control over someone. The object of his fantasy would be a nice-looking male, and the physique was particularly important, and Jeffrey underscored that in the interview. He wanted to kiss the man, lay with him, and perhaps engage in oral sex.
Now I think this would be a good time to break, Your Honor.
Court's in recess. 15 minutes.
Wow. Okay. All right, we are going to call it there, folks. I think we have still some more. We'll start next Sunday right up. Yeah, into part 2 of Dr. Judith Becker. She goes on. She will probably be the continuation of next week. And then we go into a Dr. Carl Wallstorm Jr. So yeah, we got a lot of experts and professional psychologists, psychiatrists who are, again, examining whether this man should be in prison or in a hospital. So it's an insanity trial. We already know the details. He's very forthcoming. He spilled the details out in a 60-hour confessional. Dr. Berlin was absolutely amazing. He was getting into a little bit more of the adult side of the Dahmer stuff. And now we have Dr. Judith Becker, who's getting a little bit more from the beginning through childhood. And Dahmer has an insane memory so far. The recollective that he's able to come forth with is pretty astounding, to be quite honest. The details that I was saying in chat during this that I don't think that I could be able to bring. Maybe, here's the thing. If you're actually being asked these questions and you're able to sit and maybe ponder on them, maybe you can come more, because anytime you do have a memory that kind of hits you back, like it's just a flash, right? And you just get bits and pieces. You don't get a lot of it. So unless it's something that really touched you, or, was really imprinted your brain rather. But yeah, thank you again, everyone that came through for Murder Church. Another absolutely successful episode. They're all successful. Everybody comes through here. Mandy Joe, thank you for modding. Jamie, thank you for modding. Kristen, thank you for coming through for a minute there modding. Everyone, you're absolutely amazing. Love it. Yeah, next week, 9 a.m. We'll keep it going this Friday. Now the time frame on this Friday may be slightly off. We usually go live at 10 p.m. Eastern time. This Friday, I do have a birthday event going on with my fiance's friend's kid. So I'm going to be attending that, and it's going to be, we go to that every single year, and it's always fun. It's a little bit later in the night this time. So after I get back from that, I'm going to get with Dan, and we're going to be going live. If we hit 10:30 p.m. Eastern time, awesome. If we don't, awesome. Also, I'm going to let people know, and I'll keep people posted. Follow us on Twitter. Mandy's dropping all the links right there. Jamie's dropping all the links. You guys absolutely are amazing. Follow me on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter, rather. Dan's killing it out here. Please check out the videos that I just posted. I posted one about Sleuthy's theory about the DoorDash driver. They were talking about this on Dago Friday night. 3 videos dropped yesterday. Please go check out all those videos. I'm going to drop the links real quick while have them handy, because I really would like everybody to go give these a like, give these a watch, help us out in the algorithm for the videos as well. There's the first one. That is the Sleuthy one. The next one is the timeline doesn't add up. And again, this is for people that are following the Koberger stuff closely. And one more. Also have one. This is a more in-depth one. This is, again, Dan went on panel on Dago's show and talking about the new defense docs that dropped, and they blew his fucking mind. So, yeah, anybody that follows Dan and knows his no-nonsense style will enjoy those. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Yeah, enjoy your week. You will see us again. You'll see me again for sure Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern time. And then Thursday, 10 p.m. Eastern time. And then again, keep your eye out on all the socials, the Discord, all of it's right there. I'm terrible at ending this. You guys are fucking awesome. You make Murder Church worth it. I will see you this week. Yeah, thank you all so much. I'm gonna flash the stinger one more time before we head out of here. Thank you all. Seriously, have a good Sunday. Have a good week.
See, we shoot them up bang bang over here. We not scared of they motherfucking ass.